Video games. Or I guess this isn't video games. This is basically the antithesis of video games. This is not video games at all. This is watching a man desperately pretend that 100 Line isn't a video game. Alright. Hashtag alive. Hashtag pain. Hashtag fuck you, Zarp. Alright, let's fucking do it. So, last time on the 2.5 hour analysis, the 5 hour analysis video, I did the first 2.5 hours of it. I've been thinking about this video over time, and I'm gonna wait until I hear the rest of it before I really throw this out, because I want to see if this follows through. If the problems I had, but you just finish the fight and move on with your life. Thank you, Ami. I appreciate your... Like, so this will probably be about... This shouldn't be any more than 3 hours, hopefully. As long as I stop fucking pausing over and over again. But anyway. So, let's just get started. Like I said, last time... Like I said, this is pretty much a literary analysis of the game. And I'll bitch about that more when I'm done. But to try to recap and at least jog my own memory as well. He pushes like a very pushes the narrative of the story. He had the beat with Ito being a representation of like friendship and camaraderie, and to the point that him not existing in the story is why everything is bad in the routes he's not in, and him showing up at the end of Killing Game fixes everything. And I feel like he's trying too hard. But now he's gonna talk about how the twins are the best characters in the game, and I don't know where the fuck he's going with this. I also have pizza, so I might be eating pizza during the stream.
100 Line's method of slowly growing its team size during the strategy RPG sections of the game over the course of the first 100 days demands that nearly each cast member undergoes growth as they find their will and reason to fight alongside Takumi. Resetting back to the
Good point, yeah, it's a bit quiet.
Start of the story erases these moments of growth and arcs from these new versions of the characters, and nowhere is this more glaring than with Ima and Kako's Tsukumo. Ima and Kako represent the meaning of the passive and active applications of meta tools. Ima's desire to protect Kako from the world is inherently tied to his view of her as his vulnerable younger sibling, an idea ultimately manifested in Ima's death during the Ava fight on day 21 of the second scenario route, where Kako's attempts to independently defeat Ava leads to Ima being forced to sacrifice himself during the fight. Here, Kako's accelerated path to losing reliance on Ima without altering the dynamic of the relationship, ergo Ima's perception of her, leads to a situation where Ima's reality of Kako needing protection manifests in the most dangerous outcome for both twins and the rest of the SDU. This serves as a clear clash between Kako's active choice to gain independence by emulating the traits of the strong women in the SDU that she treats as role models, Moko and Hideko, and Ima's passive perspective of Kako informed by their shared upbringing, and Ima's idolization of the image of Kako that acts as a microcosm of how the SDU treats Takumi Samino during the Cult of Takumi route. We can see an inverse reflection by comparing Kako during the second scenario route to a similar path of growth during the coming of age route. Kako again searches for independence and strength by emulating a role model within the SDU. Inspired by Takumi Samino's reckless attack against Veshnes on day 15, Kako explicitly mentions Takumi as someone she wants to emulate in her growth in the cafeteria on day 31. There are no negative repercussions for Ima on this route, as during Takumi's absence from the story, the relationship between the two has already grown more equal, to reflect the development they go through in the first route.
Pause for a second. This is something I'm going to bitch about at the end of this fucking video. But he treats everything in terms of the narrative as sacrosanct. I guess that's basically he treats like this as literally something that like, oh, this is like a positive, this just happens, and not, we just did this in order to cut dialogue, and we fast track this for narrative convenience. He doesn't see it as like, he doesn't see it. He just sees like, oh, of course, it just, all the problems are just fixed off screen in this route, and that's just normal, and not and not that they just did that just to waste time, or just to cut, so they don't have to deal with it anymore. They did that specifically so they just didn't have to write that arc in Coming of Age. The guy who wrote Coming of Age just didn't give a shit about that part of the story, so he just shoves it out of the way. Like, well, Takumi's out of commission, so they don't have to acknowledge that part, so he can focus on the stuff he does care about, which is the Nozomi and Nozomi and Kira little butting of heads and shit like that.
These two routes combined inform us that Kako isn't being punished with Ima's death and the following criticism from Hideko for attempting to strive for independence, but instead Ima's death and the resulting revelation for Kako come from a clashing of Kako's desired change and Ima's unchanged perception of her. In obfuscating Takumi's goals, Ima's actions in Route Zero retroactively become an antagonistic reflection of Takumi's relationship with Nozomi following her death at the end of the route. The comparison's unreliant on understanding of future content in further routes. Ima's overbearing protection of Kako is an active portrayal of how an overwhelming drive to guarantee Nozomi's safety drives Takumi. This idea furthers our understanding by drawing comparisons between Takumi's attachment to Nozomi being tied to her relationship to Karuwa. Ima's reluctance to allow Kako to grow correlates with
Pause. Okay, I'm not right now.
Takumi by drawing comparisons between Takumi's attachment to Nozomi being tied to her relationship to Karuwa. Ima's reluctance.
Again, he's gonna bring up the Karuwa thing, but he's not gonna address how like arbitrary she's forced into liking Karuwa just so they can make the romance route of Tsubasa work. Because on that route, Takumi just forgets he has any romantic interest in Nozomi at all. And all of her attention, all of her interest and stuff like that is pushed onto Karuwa just to make the romance route work. But again, it's a literary now. I have a half-assed thesis statement at the end of this, but I want to keep drawing attention to it's the terms like missing the forest for the trees. I don't remember if that's the opposite or not. I'm not a smart person. I'm not as smart as this guy, but it's like he's seeing the details, but he's not understanding the big picture.
To allow Kako to grow correlates with Takumi being unable to truly see Nozomi as her own person, especially after the reveal of her matching scar and use of the tacky nickname before her death during the first confrontation with Veshnes. Ima's inability to accept Kako's growth in each route follows an equivalent rut in perception, where Ima cannot perceive Kako beyond the idealized young sister. Looking at his actions through the lens of Ima as antagonist, we see a clear through line. Ima's actions serve to delay or otherwise stop the natural progression of Takumi or the wider SDU's goals in service of his own. The act of stabbing Takamaru not only takes him out of the fight temporarily, but also convinces Takumi to take the, ultimately unsuccessful, course of action of persuading Kako to not fight during the first route. Through this, we can understand active antagonistic will to manifest in the form of obstacles that block the progression of 100-line story.
If he's talking and acting like these are meta tools, again, he treats the idea of like characters existing and the story existing with characters performing actions as some revolutionary concept that I don't understand why he puts so much emphasis on this. Yeah, yes, he does this, but it's not like he's not using the tools to influence the story. That's just the story warping around. That's just the story happening around his actions. It's not like a willful act. It's just that's how stories are written.
Expanding this out to apply to more than Ima and the reaching of plot beats, we can determine true death in 100 Line to be the ultimate antagonistic act, to deny the will of the deceased in its totality. This is why true death manages to maintain lofty value in a story where the Revive-O-Matic is nearly always present and available to the cast. Not because they can't be brought back this time, but because true death is always reserved for an active killing, an explicit desire to remove the character from the story. We can hence draw further differentiation through the imagery behind absorbing another's cryptoglobin. The Gears Parasite's murder spree and slasher, mystery, and certain Calamity and SF routes leaves the bodies of the SDU intact. They are removed without thought or care. Where Veshness's killing of Darumi, followed by either Gaku or Kurara along the second scenario path, denotes their absorbing is to emphasize the specific impact of the deaths of these two. Darumi's death leads to Veshness taking far more pleasure in tormenting the SDU as she carries on Darumi's morbid sense of humor, and the absorbing of Kurara leads to the creation of the bad ending missile Veshness never uses otherwise. During the killing game route, the cryptoglobin of the loser of each round of the invader hunt is distributed to the top contenders, which allows the SDU to carry on the legacy of their fallen comrades. Draining someone of cryptoglobin doesn't require them to be dead. This helps elaborate on why it's a taboo in future and culture. It's not just about removing someone's will by killing them, but taking it for yourself. Not only does Ema give us the most obtuse definition of what divides active...
I'm gonna pause this. I want to hear that line again.
This helps elaborate on why it's a taboo in future and culture. It's not just about comrades, which allows the SDU to carry on the legacy of their fallen comrades. Draining someone of cryptoglobin doesn't require them to be dead. This helps elaborate on why it's a taboo in future and culture. It's not just about removing someone's will by killing them, but taking it for yourself.
There's something I find kind of bugs me about that line, and it's that you're writing for the author. Like, the futurins as a concept are, like, very, very poorly defined in 100 Line, and like they're very, like, everything involving Futurum is very, very barely explored in any capacity whatsoever. Besides, they have superpowers, and they conveniently have some foods that are like Earth, and they're like a sister planet, maybe in another galaxy, maybe, that they might be connected somehow. Like, anything they use to try to explain Futurum is only directly in relation to humans, because it's the easiest thing to write. Like, they like, there's no... I mean, it's like, I want to emphasize this. There's no effort put into this story about fleshing out Futurans as a separate society of people. Beyond the fact they occasionally have blood powers. That's literally it. So his explanation here is him writing for the author, because no one bothered to actually elaborate why sucking a man off at Arby's is a crime. This is the stupidest fucking bit. I've done like all these streams. The stupidest fucking bit. But like, why it's such a problem and why it's such a taboo beyond just killing someone. Yeah, they even have ramen, which again, it's just like convenient for the writer, and it's also cold ramen, and it's not given like a different name. So it's just, that line bugs me, because again, you're writing for the author.
Not only does Ema give us the most obtuse definition of what divides active, decision-based manifestation from its observance-based passive equivalent, but also informs us of how the active consistently supersedes the passive at the cost of those unwilling to change their perceptions. This turns Ato's consistent struggles against the SDU into a morality-based defeat, as Ato's perceptions of humanity as irredeemably evil rub against the Special Defense Unit's attempts to do good by each other. Let's circle back to absorbing cryptoglobin before we end up too far away. Absorbing cryptoglobin, like Takumi's special redo, is as much a game mechanic as an element of the narrative. The commander's deaths are confirmed by the absorption of cryptoglobin, an unavoidable act that leaves a stain on the Special Defense Unit in the form of a permanent buff for one party member. Each commander has a title. They each sponsor an emotion or concept. The 11 commanders faced in 100 Line's first 90 days championing, in order, virtue, hatred, repulsion, devotion, nature, harmony, indomitability, salvation, charity. Do the SDU take on these traits when they absorb these commanders? Mervram, the Paragon of Order, seems to take order away from the SDU as his death is quickly followed by the disappearance of then SDU leader Hiruko.
Oh no.
The absorbing of Sanshin.
Okay, if he just explains like half of these having a convenient excuse, and again, this only works for the first cycle, and this doesn't work for any other time these fuckers get sucked. But if he only has, if he can nail all of these, I'll give him kudos. If he can only nail like half of these, I'm gonna throw a rock at him.
The Paragon of Salvation is followed by Ima's consciousness being transferred into the body of Siri, which in turn allows for communication with Veshdes, and ultimately for the SDU to be fooled with the false salvation of Veshdes's fake escape method. The same interpretation follows through for the time-warping Paragon of Charity, Nugyank, who is faced right after Sanshin. Veshdes's deal is ultimately a trade, but to the uninformed Special Defense Unit, giving up the contents of the defense room is such a small price to pay that her offer as an escape comes off as a gift. But this clearly isn't the entire pattern. While Takumi's first experiences following Ato's betrayal...
Notice that? He did, unless he's coming back to it, unless he's circling the wagon, he did 3 and then just dropped it. To the point that I'm pretty sure it's, especially like the one being like Charity's a stretch. Trying to compare Veshness's deal as Charity is a stretch.
The nature of the SDU's plan, without hope, the reveal of the escape pod and the chance to turn back the clock give both the SDU at large and Takumi hope for a better future after absorbing the cryptoglobin of Hope's paragon, Veshness. Various times are the ripple effects of absorbing the Paragon of Hatred Animax shown, from Ato's own swimming in hatred to Kako's violent revenge against Veshness for killing Ima. The truth is that the absorbing of each of these commanders serves to increase the quantity of the thematic presence of their paragons.
Okay, we're gonna listen to that one more time. About it.
Takumi hope for a better future after absorbing the cryptoglobin of Hope's
like hope
paragon,
works,
Veshness.
but I like the better general.
Various times are the ripple effects of
various times. Keep in mind, you suck these guys off like 20 times in the story. When he's saying various times, he's basically cherry picking a handful of times that fit this and ignoring every other time it doesn't.
Absorbing the Paragon of Hatred Animax shown, from Ato's own swimming in hatred to Kako's violent revenge against Veshness for killing Ima. The truth is that the absorbing of each of these commanders serves to increase the quantity of the thematic presence of their paragons, not necessarily imbue the SDU with them. In a similar way to how Cult of Takumi introduces a focus on masculinity only to critique and question it, each absorbing brings the story to focus on that element. The introduction of World Death concerns Ato's secret absorbing of
Okay, you're gonna tell me to keep going. Again, like, he only had a handful of examples, and then he's saying like multiple situations have them, but again, like, only a handful of situations actually match. Again, you suck Hatred Man 50 fucking times in this game, and only 3 times it actually matches with his analysis of it.
Paragon of Nature Ava's cryptoglobin. Absorbing Parmith, the Paragon of Devotion.
This is also a narrative standpoint, like a literary analysis working backwards than how the paragons are actually labeled. Like, Veshness being the Paragon of Hope and Dashal being the Paragon of Warfare are the only ones that consistently make sense as a culture calling them that. Or order. Like, some of them, like, you can kind of get, like, hey, like, why they would use those names. Who would specifically want to have a Paragon of Hatred for their religion? Like, it's just like, yeah, you might have, like, you might have, like, Gods of War or something like that, but that's Dalshal. Like, why do you have a Paragon of Hatred? Like, that's just being the Paragon of Hope is the one that fits the best, because she is the hope of Futurum. But the rest of them are more just, like, names, and then he's working backwards to try to say the names were picked with very deliberate meanings and very deliberate timings, when I don't think they were at all. Keep in mind, when did you suck off Angry Man? You sucked in the first cycle. You sucked him off when he attacked, I think when he attacked the school. Second Defense Academy. I don't know if he ran away and you sucked him again later. I just don't feel a lot of these really match. And it's just like he's just cherry picking ones that line up and then saying how deep the story is because it lined up a few times.
Before meeting Ava, leads to the next enemy commander surrendering to the SDU, an act only compounding in its relation to devotion following the reveal on future routes that Ava was meant to use an implanted bomb following her planned surrender to disrupt the SDU.
And ignoring the fact that 50% of the time she's captured, the bomb is never mentioned in any fucking way. This is what I'm talking about. He only sees an idealized concept of this fucking story where all this stuff was deliberately chosen to line up perfectly. Like 90%. The only time she ever uses the bomb is mystery. And I think the only time she brings up the bomb is mystery. And I think she might have brought it up in Killing Game as well. Could the Paragons not be named based on their powers? Well, the powers are too, like, Ava's power is miss in a sniper rifle. That's not, like, harm, that's, nature. Like, I don't believe the names are actually named off of their power. I think they were just given cool names, except for Veshus and Dalshal.
Lack of devotion to Veshness and her cause being brought to light by being introduced to the center point of 100 Line's story, the Last Defense Academy. Ava further stands out as being 100 Line's sole survivor of a cryptoglobin absorption. In order to treat Nozomi's rejection symptoms in the Killing Game route, Ava allows Nozomi to suck her blood on day 48. This action comes with an explicit meta consequence. Through this act, Ava becomes aware of Nozomi's backstory. Ava speaks of Nozomi becoming her blood relative through this act and takes on a maternal role for...
Remember that this is something that was only brought up in one fucking route and is never used anywhere else because only one writer used this idea. And this is not a consistent theme throughout the rest of the fucking story.
Nozomi during this period. A change in relationship dynamic that Nozomi wholeheartedly supports. While the first route's introduction of the concept of world death foreshadows a fatal end for this relationship, and maintains the transactional spotlight created by its inception through maintaining that Ava is the paragon of nature. By having Ava take on the role of mother for Nozomi, 100 Line continues to place motherhood as a position of strength, an idea first broached through Hiruko, a character who explicitly desires to become a mother in the future, starting as an already experienced unit with levels in her combat skills. Understanding this relation between motherhood, strength, and Nozomi's unresolved relationship issues with her birth mother helps broaden our understanding of Nozomi's specific and deep bond with Moko, emphasized in Nozomi's near immediate recognition of the Moko who awakens on day 61 of the original route being a fake. Moko's dedication to empowering others through strength training, and common references to womanhood allow her to fulfill a void within Nozomi's life that becomes blatant in her unwell fugues.
VTech, he's using this because he had about 5 minutes of combat footage that he recycled over and over again for the summary, and then he ran out. So this is all we get. We just get the mystery dungeon personality test for the next 2.5 fucking hours.
State, and consequent obsession following her bonding with Ava, her need to prove herself to her mother. Nozomi's relationship with family is far from limited to her bond with her mother and the gap that was left when she died. When Ava's adoptive daughter Commune joins the anti-sponsor alliance in the Killing Game route, Nozomi's attachment quickly latches onto the sister she came to know through partaking in Ava's blood. The doting...
Because it was a fucking narrative convenience so they could write her out of the fucking story for the fucking Tsubasa romance.
Persona Nozomi takes on around Commune is not entirely unfamiliar to us, as we see snippets of this in Takumi's recounted memories of his time with Karuwa in the Tokyo residential complex. The casual and slice of...
Wait, back.
Familiar to us, as we see snippets of this in Takumi's recounted memories of his time with Karuwa in the Tokyo residential complex.
Which wasn't real! That was not her! It was literally not real! Anything Anything with Kawa literally did not happen, and it cannot be fucking used as narrative analysis of fucking Nozomi, because they're not the same person in any capacity at all. Kawa was just fucking a brain parasite Nozomi had. Not Nozomi, Takumi had while he was in his fucking programming. Anything that happened with her was not the fucking... Yes, he only looks like her because he saw her one time when he was tripping out in the fucking Matrix tube. Like, they're not the same person. You can't fucking compare them because they're not the same fucking person. At best, it's a simulation of her based on vague memories he had.
The casual and slice-of-life sisterhood shared between the two girls plays off of the dream for a mundane residential life that Tsubasa imagines with Yugamu, Darumi, and Takumi during the Killing Game route. The intensity of Nozomi's overbearing affection for Commune relative to the tensions of Takumi and Tsubasa's budding romance, and the emboldened smooch Tsubasa gives Darumi that eases this tension, emphasizes the significance of the absorbing of cryptoglobin. There's no coincidence that Ava, as the paragon of nature, offers onto Nozomi an escape from the turmoil through strong bonds with kin.
This is a 5-hour Duck. This is a 5-hour analysis video by Dez that came out about 2 months ago. As the analysis video I stumbled into as I was fucking playing this game for the last 160 hours. I'm wrapping up my time playing this fucking game by watching it. I watched the first half of it on a stream 2 days ago. So I'm watching the rest of it tonight.
Commune is the only Futuran we meet in Hundred Line capable of wielding cryptoglobin who is not a commander. Ava's niece by blood and daughter by all significant metrics, Commune makes a point of her cryptoglobin not being suited for the battlefield when she joins the team in the rebellion.
But she does have a magical bow which can defeat Dal Shal and completely nullify his entire fucking ability.
Route. The leader of the Futuran rebellion against Veshness's regime uses her cryptoglobin as a tool of observation.
I 100% of the fucking game. I finished all 100 routes. It took me 160 hours.
That complements her immense intellect. On the rebellion route, she's able to determine that Nozomi will safely recover from her cryptoglobin rejection without treatment, and is capable of finding Dalshia's weak point in the fight against him and pierce the impenetrable commander with a manifested arrow. But without the position of commander and as a non-combatant,
I didn't bother doing all the all the upgrades. You'll have all the upgrades done like halfway through that. I didn't bother doing all the bonds because they didn't say anything interesting. So I didn't even bother giving. I maxed out Shoma as a joke, and then I didn't bother giving anyone else any the stuff to level up bonds.
Commune has no title nor a personal skill with which to establish what her cryptoglobin may represent thematically. Commune's powers of observation place her as the greatest utilizer of the passive observational meta tool, giving her an express license to define theme and narrative through her perceptions explains the Rebellion route's ending 45 failed alliance. Antagonizing Commune with accusations of espionage before Takumi attacks her for frantically stabbing Nozomi leads to an all-out war, as Commune's final perspective on the SDU paints them as paranoid and violent agents in 100 Lines.
I do like how he treats the token bad end that they put in for the sake of getting another ending in Rebellion, where Takumi just, apropos of nothing, just immediately becomes super paranoid and wants to kidnap her, and he treats this completely seriously, like this wasn't just the fucking padding ending they threw in for the sake of having another ending.
World. Hence her observation comes true. While Commune may not have to be the paragon of anything, she is still leader of the Resistance, the only force who consistently desires a direct, good outcome for others.
We have a way to go. We still have 2.5 hours, D-Tech.
Where Veshness's focuses lie on the war, and beyond that, only the act of ascending to godhood herself. And the SDU's collective inability to look further than surviving beyond the moment that Dalshia determines is the reason for their struggle against him. Commune's position makes sense relative to her usage of metatools. where most of 100 Line's happy endings feature a majority of the SDU escaping Futurum without activating the missiles on day 100, Rebellion Route offers the only definite, positive worlds past day 100, ones where peace has been achieved between Futurans and humans, as in Ending 6, Seeds of Hope. Ending 5, My War, however, narrates a Futurum ravaged by conflict, yet Commune's beliefs live on in Nozomi, who has absorbed her cryptoglobin in this ending. The narration switches to Nozomi as the route's final CG shows her actively pursuing her desires to bring peace between Futurans and humans through the education of the younger generation, tying the completion of her goals to the older sister role she plays for Commune in Killing Game that revolves around both Nozomi's doting on Commune, but also her insistence on convincing Commune to look after herself in an educating caregiver-type role. But what if we turn this power of perception inwards? Dal Shah is another Futuran who doesn't make any appearances until Takumi goes back in time, and is the only other one capable of wielding cryptoglobin. Paragon of Warfare Dal Shah appears typically on the 87th day in a scripted loss as the SDU are unable to damage their foe. Dal Shah will leave and ask the SDU to find a reason to fight, before returning on the 93rd day where the SDU break his impenetrable defense through any combination of Kurara/Nozomi's poison traps, Shion's flames, and Commune's arrows. Dal Shah's obsession with being a warrior and combat is absolute. He never gets upset when the SDU uses the underhanded tactic of poison to take him down. It does not take away from his desired honorable death. All avenues of warfare are just in Dal Shah's eyes, as long as both sides have the resolve to fight. Dal Shah's incredibly limited appearances only add to the mysteries surrounding him. He has a
You know what? I think they explained like one time that he doesn't trigger the alarm because he can just walk through the fire without disturbing it. Like somehow walking through the fire doesn't disturb it in any capacity. But other characters, I don't understand why they put there's so many fucking mysteries in this game that are not resolved. And I don't understand why they took so much time and effort to set up his ability to not trigger the alarm. And then their only explanation is the lamest fucking explanation they could possibly come up with.
Specific awareness of the cursed cycle, despite being imprisoned.
It's just to draw attention to it if it's not a good mystery
before the game began. On that topic, Veshness is capable of defeating him at an incredibly young age, yet only Dal Shah is capable of passing through the Undang Flames wall that surrounds Last Defense Academy without extinguishing it. Dal Shah answers most of these questions in his second fight. From the Killing Game route, now why would I run? I've been waiting to be cornered like this my whole life. I have always fought to die in battle. To die on the battlefield is the fate of all true warriors. Do you not also long for the pleasure of an honorable death?
Could he not have just put, like, the screenshot during this as well?
Dal Shah perceives himself as this so-called true warrior. The Undying Flames barrier cannot harm him because that is not a battle. A resolve...
Bullshit. You are not trying to work this. Fuck off.
Forced to die in battle. To die on the battlefield is the fate of all true warriors. Do you not also long for the pleasure of an honorable death?
Holy battle.
Dal Shah perceives himself as this so-called true warrior. The Undying Flames barrier cannot harm him because that is not a battle.
Is he actually unironically trying to justify that?
A resolveless SDU fighting simply because they must are not real warriors and cannot feasibly...
Oh, the biggest issue, yeah, okay, the stinger at the end of Route Zero was a complete waste of time, and it didn't amount to literally anything and is never addressed. There is so much of this fucking game. I brought this up multiple times during the stream. Every single thing they introduce in anything besides Scenario Zero and Second Scenario, like basically like the base game, everything outside of that is a complete waste of time. Nothing they introduce in any of the other routes in any capacity resolve to anything at all. You could literally cut the G Parasite, you could cut the Box of Blessings, you could cut the time machine. You could cut the fucking Trium rays. You can cut. You can cut the variants. You can cut. Like, there's so like everything they add is a complete waste of time. Any mystery brought up by any of those other routes has no fucking conclusion at all. And could you be better off if it didn't exist? No, Box of Blessing was not mentioned in second. I don't think it was mentioned in second scenario. It was mentioned in Eva's scenario. Like, SF is their attempt to try to like wrap up everything they introduce in the other routes. But you could also just not have SF. I mean that on a route. You could cut SF and the story would be better. Like, the story, if you cut everything in this game besides Scenario 1 and Scenario 2, the game would unironically be better for it.
They present a challenge to Dal Shah, whose understanding of their self is so resolute it warps the world around them. This idea is displayed literally in Dal Shah's bizarre durability, and narratively in Dal Shah's tendency to have his cryptoglobin absorbed by Veshness after losing his fight with the SDU. The Special Defense Unit rarely resolves to become warriors between Dal Shah's visits, instead simply improving their ability to fight to match Dal Shah's impression of what a proper battle is. His death at the hands of Veshness definitively concludes their prior conflict. This absorption by Veshness also allows for his title as the Paragon of Warfare to shine through having his cryptoglobin go to the character who is consistently attached to ending the war decisively. The absence of warfare is not something that Takumi is ever allowed to acquire, and Veshness makes sure of this by absorbing the commander who embodies warfare before anyone in the SDU can. Through this, we can understand why Dal Shah is the only commander aware of the cursed cycle. The theft of his cryptoglobin from the SDU refuses them control and absence of the concept of warfare, and as Veshness directly communicates to Takumi after he gains the ability to understand her during the end of the first 100 days, this is war after all. The most overarching piece of evidence for this interpretation is the existence of the cursed cycle, but the idea bubbles to the surface of Nozomi's My War ending to the rebellion route that describes her attempts at peace through education as still a war. And
it is kind of funny that like he brings up these two back to back, the curse cycle and the Nozomi's ending, despite the fact Nozomi's ending runs in conflict with the curse cycle and cannot exist with the curse cycle, considering it goes past when the curse cycle is over. The curse cycle ends at a very specific point, and you can't. And then, like, almost every single ending in the game doesn't even acknowledge the curse cycle as a concept.
The serial battles route conclusion, One More Time, where Takumi resolves to use Special Redo again to return to the start.
It also, like, one I just thought about with the curse cycle, if they wouldn't have directly established an exact time for it, I think it still could have worked with all those other endings. But for some fucking reason, SF decides, oh no, the curse cycle is specifically at 10 a.m. on the 100th day. If he just didn't give it a time and just say, it just seems to happen, and like when it happens is like not consistent. I don't understand how it works. It's like for some reason, something's causing it to bounce back. If she was just more vague instead of just giving an exact explanation for it, it would have worked a lot better when, you know, half the writers, and by half the writers, I mean literally every single writer, didn't follow through with the plan at all.
The alternate conclusion to this route, the war is over, remains far more hollow, lacking any CG or
it happens
for
on
any
10
cast
a.m.
members
70
outside
years
of
from
Zenith,
now.
Whose conclusion still seems stunted relative to the One More Time alternative that presents an opportunity for continued growth. The manifestation of consequences from absorbed cryptoglobin being inconsistently positive or negative, or more broadly, inconsistently resulting in the absence of, or a plethora of its associated themes, is an idea rectified in the attitudes of the absorbed. Box of Calamity establishes this by having Ava literally haunt the cast through the form of a ghost, fulfilling her promise to curse the group that she vows in her death throes before Calamity splits from the second scenario path. Ava's nature paragraph
No, pause that. And ignoring the fact that's the only fucking time that happens. I guess like multiple Itos it technically happens too, but that's like slightly different, I guess.
Paragon makes itself the agent through which Calamity Rout's tragedies occur, either by the supernatural in the form of Ava's ghost, or the rebirth of the Gier parasites located in the Box of Calamity, which results in the death of a majority of the SDU through the Gier going through their natural life cycle. We gain a whole picture now of how taking on someone's will works in the scope of 100-line story. Primarily achieved through the absorbing of cryptoglobin, to take someone's will doesn't grant one control over it. That still lies in the will of the original owner. Beyond this, the lens with which their metatools can be understood is limited to the original owner's perceptions.
I'm gonna throw rocks at this man every time he says the term fucking metatools. I swear to God.
Absorbing Ato's cryptoglobin in the multiple Atos route breaks down the barriers of self that simultaneously define the possibilities of interpersonal relationships and impose its inherent difficulties. The only way shared community can be returned to a world of only Atos is through Ending 9, Endurance Match, where Atos focus on maintaining the mental fortitude required to survive Takumi's march of endless suicides, leaves room for still Ato-appearing SDU members to cheer Samino on in his efforts to purge Ato from his body. Whereas absorbing Shoma's cryptoglobin in the Killing Game route following his death in round 1 of the Invader Hunt has Takumi literally state he is carrying on Shoma's legacy, as he takes on the role of caretaker for Ava. The sponsor absorbing a portion of Shoma's cryptoglobin coincides with their return, drowning the SDU in pessimism regarding their ability to escape their fate.
If only they used a circular
But in terms of quantity of cryptoglobin absorbed over 100
rock
lines runtime, there is one woman who cannot be competed with. Snatching the blood of her fallen comrades in nearly every 100-line timeline is Veshnes, Paragon of Hope and Supreme Commander.
You know, like half the timelines, because she only sucks men off in Ito being alive. Really makes you think. Ito being alive is what gives you the desire to suck men off. Why are you trying such a...
The Undying Flames baby's birth was a moment of shock for the war-ravaged Futurans. Bathed in a...
She doesn't suck men off when Ito's dead, because she doesn't suck the commanders off on that section of the timeline, specifically because the explanation they give for her sucking them off is because she hears Takumi talk about the time loop, and he only does that if Ito's alive. He never talks. That's why doing Ito dead first is significantly better than doing the main scenario first, because you actually get a lot of opportunities to suck commanders off when Ito's dead. So because of that, you can build your ranks a lot faster, because you actually can very, very barely level up the characters in Ito being alive, because Veshnes just kill steals you, I'd say roughly 50 to 60% of the time, if not close to 100%.
Cryptoglobin so great it harkened back to the power's origins mythologically linked to the Boxes of Blessings. Labeled as the Second Coming, to humanity the child represented a way.
Okay, I'm gonna bitch one more time. I'm gonna bitch about this a bit more at the end, but again, he's treating this like a literary analysis, where everything is like everything in the story is considered completely unobjectable, almost. Like, he's not gonna at any point he's talking about this story right now for like 2 hours and 45 minutes. He has not once talked about how fucking stupid the Boxes of Blessings are. Like, he doesn't consider the Boxes of Blessings as what they are in terms of how they're executed in the narrative, or how they're like presented, or like how like the mystery around them and how that's resolved. It's not. He only sees them as objective truth in this setting, and anything involving them just it drives me fucking nuts.
Way to finally overcome the reality-bending powers of Cryptoglobin and take the planet of Futurum for themselves. The Second Coming being seen as an object by the humans isn't only a slight against them.
Also, this is another point. They call him the Second Coming. And it's like, and the Second Coming is a cool name, but they never once in the entire game did they ever acknowledge what the fuck was the First Coming. I guess the idea of the First Coming might have been their god, so he might have been the Second Coming of God. But that would require them to put any kind of effort whatsoever to explain their religion, and they don't.
Then, Veshnes makes adamant claims to ownership over him. The Second Coming is mine, repeated in various routes and timelines. The concept of objectification through idolization appears here again as it does in Cult of Takumi. Veshnes, too, is made object through idolization, but with fear over reverie. Critical of the cultural taboos of the Futurans, Veshnes' route shows that all the commanders under her either despise or fear her in a way that freezes them into subservience, regardless of whether she wears her mask or not. The only exception to absolute obedience being Adamak, the paragon of hatred, whose own aspect provides him the freedom to curse out his master at will. Without dipping too much into the comfortable realm of genre and trope that would require reference, evidence, and explanation in the frame of this post-structuralist perspective, Veshnes is a prototypical antagonist. Before we even dive into her mindset as explored in the Veshnes route, this is made clear by her taking action, which the protagonist responds to. The destruction.
Is he gonna have a 30-minute diatribe on the tiny little chains Takumi has wrapped up in Veshnes route that don't connect to anything, and he could have just walked away? Are we gonna get an explanation of that? Please, I want your 30-minute analysis on the tiny little chains. Please, I beg of you.
Of second to last Defense Academy in the first 100 days, using the bad ending missile at the end of the second scenario, and forcing the SDU to grapple with the agency she steals from them by absorbing the commanders herself after Takumi's return from the future. Where the player has been granted more choices by Takumi's return to the past, Veshnes leverages her position to take as many choices away from the player as possible by removing the decision of who will absorb the commanders after each defensive battle.
Counterpoint, she actually creates more choices because you have more people to choose who lives or dies. Can you think about it? Yeah, you lose the choice on who sucks the commander off, but you also get the choice of who dies at like day 15. You get to choose if Darumi dies, and you also get to choose if Kurara or Gaku die. So you actually get, in theory, you actually get just about as much, if not more choices than if you had to choose who gets to suck the commander off.
Veshnes explicitly cares about showmanship, playing into her dominion over the subject, given her title. The Paragon of Hope's penchant for flair shines in her intentionally delayed appearances during the endgame of many of Hundred Line's routes,
and her dumb
where she opts to
holograms
appear by hologram before the final confrontation.
Yeah, it's almost
Veshnes
really
further
fucking dumb.
presents her dominion over
Why do they have
through the
holograms?
aforementioned control of agency, which she displays over the game. Taking the stat increases the player's team gets access to through absorbing of the commander's cryptoglobin, revokes from the player the hope of defeating her at the end of the game, a concept solidified by her absorption of Dalshia, mandating the usage of the same tricks to overcome her now impenetrable defense. Veshnes's theft.
There is a point I want to bring up with this. Like, he's gonna bring up like how her sucking off and stuff like that steals the hope, but he's not really gonna state that like that doesn't really line up with the other half of the storylines where she doesn't do this at all.
Of hope from the SDU isn't just limited to the diegetic removal of chances to buff your units. The Supreme Commander uses her position as primary antagonist to leverage an understanding of the nature of Hundred Line's narrative laws to become the SDU's largest obstacle through the use of meta tools. She takes Dalshia's self-assured sense of identity, which acts as his barrier, and uses it to guarantee her position as Supreme Commander. By absorbing her own commanders, she guarantees that the SDU will not have access to the themes their paragons represent by absorbing them first.
She's not deliberately stopping them from accessing their themes because that's something you made up to grant more narrative relevance to them. She didn't steal them so they couldn't get character development. She stole them because she wanted power. You're actively acting like she's more intelligent than she fucking is. she's not. She's not specifically depriving them of power because it fits into because man, I can't let them have the power of hatred. It's like, no, she just doesn't want them to get the fucking crypto goblin. It's that simple. It's you're actively just over embellishing this fucking character for something that's so fucking simple.
And by taking away decisions through and beyond this, she limits their agency over the direction of the story and the themes it focuses on. To understand what hope is in 100 Line and how Veshness uses it to impose narrative control, we'll need to hear straight from the horse's mouth. Veshness explains what hope is to her on her very own Veshness route as she discusses the topic with Takumi. But how do we get to the Veshness route?
You already talked about how to get to the Veshness route.
Day 15's dispute with Veshness leads to the three-way choice on who Takumi will sacrifice, where the shonen-brained Kyoshika and selfless Takamaru make for clear choices among the standing members of the Special Defense Unit. The third option, Tsubasa Kawana, sticks out like a sore thumb in comparison. Tsubasa struggles in high-stress situations. Her gag of vomiting under even slight duress is physically limiting to the point that getting Tsubasa to join the team during the first playthrough requires Sumino finding a way to provide her a means to vomit while fighting on the battlefield, achieved through the fashionable sick bag created with the gift Domatic.
Notice how that was a
One of
stupid beat they
Tsubasa's
never
other
do
defining
anything with later on besides
traits
just
is her
one joke
relative
over and over
normalcy
again.
compared to her classmates. Tsubasa plays the straight man to SDU's comedy routines when Takumi is unable to. This normalcy is more of a mark against her as a viable choice for the sacrifice decision than the vomiting aspect. So what does being able to choose Tsubasa represent? Picking her will have Veshness remind us on the ensuing route that she was not qualified for the job, yet 100 Line is willing to let us make this decision. Tsubasa is linked thematically.
Okay, so I want to make a point with this. He's acting like, yeah, this is a bad choice. But he's not acknowledging the fact that you're given this choice arbitrarily by the writer. What I mean is, you pick Tsubasa because it doesn't make any fucking sense to pick Tsubasa, and you want to see why they made it a choice. The writer is the writer is never fucking dead. You could try to, the depth of the offer, at least in my interpretation, is that you shouldn't allow an offer, is to not have an interpretation of a work defined entirely by its offer. I don't care. I don't know what a fucking post-structuralist is, alright? I don't fucking give a shit about what a post-structuralist is. You're just making up words at this point. The thing is that this choice was given to the player as a joke. It was given, you were deliberately given a bad choice, and you pick it because it's a bad choice. One thing he doesn't bring up is Tsubasa's a fucking terrible choice, as she's the tech person. So she, almost all of her shit is specifically, she's constantly used as narrative convenience in almost every fucking route she's alive in. Why? Because they can just have her create technology of fucking anything. She can even invent a security camera. One time. I wish we had that in Slasher.
To the future. Over 100 Line's routes with the exclusion of the romance route, Takumi has romantic interactions with Nozomi, Hiruko, and Tsubasa. Interactions with Nozomi
and Veshness. And again, he's trying to remove, and also Ava. One thing I don't think he's ever going to bring up specifically is that they write romance in this game as a horny teenage boy, where every single girl is only allowed to have a romantic interest in Takumi and nothing else. And all the routes are specifically, they deliberately create routes just so Takumi can have an excuse to romance someone that isn't Nozomi. He specifically ignores romance, and then he also ignores Eva, and he debatably ignores Veshness, but I think he'd bring it up later.
Line's routes with the exclusion of the romance route.
Again, exclusion of romance. Why do you bring up Ava then? He gets Ava pregnant.
Takumi has romantic interactions with Nozomi, Hiruko, and Tsubasa. Interactions with Nozomi revolve around the past, both in her relation to Karuha and her attachment to the program that created the SDU, and the past that humanity represents. Note Nozomi's ties to the future being tied to the end of humanity, as in the second scenario route, or the education of a younger generation of humanity in the rebellion route. Hiruko's romance with Takumi centers around the present, informed by her awareness of the cursed cycle that makes her unable to imagine anything.
Okay, I see what he's doing now. He basically has one bit for this. And Tsubasa being the future because she wants to live in a dorm together. And that's going to be his point. But to make this work, he has to literally ignore every other romance. He has to ignore Kyoshika. He has to ignore Nozomi. He has to ignore Kiara. He has to ignore Kyoshika. He has to ignore Tsubasa in the romance route. And he has to ignore Ava. And theoretically ignore Veshnes. Just to make this one bit.
Future, alongside the link between Takumi and Hiruko's romantic entanglement in the slasher route and the horizontally traveling leap machine. Takumi and Hiruko's romantic relationship is an object of the slasher route, the chemistry not being present in the steady fundamental route that creates it, as the romance with Takumi represents a comfort to a trapped Hiruko who sees no way out of the cursed cycle. In Steady Fundamental, where Hiruko has hope for the future, their relationship, while still close, does not hold the same romantic connotations, even after both bear witness to the very moment in Slasher Hiruko went out of her way to create during this timeline. Tsubasa's romance with Takumi is bound to the future. Within the Killing Game, Tsubasa is driven forward to a domestic future with Yugamu, Darumi, and especially Takumi. Helping Tsubasa reach this goal of hers leads to the Killing Game ending, Hope from Despair. The same pattern applies to the romance route. First, Takumi enters a relationship with Kurara. They watch a series of movies and learn about each other through their reactions and thoughts across a variety of film genres. The second relationship is between Kyoshika and Takumi,
that's not fitting
where
the time.
Kyoshika's attempts to replicate anime-style dates quickly falls to engaging in the physical activity of training and engaging in mock battles together. Finally, Tsubasa and Takumi go on dates by working on engineering projects together, Kawana, a massive engine, and Sumino, an alarm clock. Kurara's route focusing on recorded films plants it in the past.
Okay,
as
you are
Takumi
so
and
pushing
Kurara
it.
discover each other through pre-existing films.
You are pushing it really hard to try to say that they watch movies, so that represents the past. That's really stretching it, man.
From humanity's past, as stored in the Last Defense Academy's library, Takumi and Kyoshika forming a bond through physical activity plants their relationship in the present. Sumino's growth allowing him to hear the Holy Jumanji Sword is complete by the time he and Kyoshika's 25 days have ended, planting the formation of the relationship entirely within the present, an idea compounded by Kyoshika's attempts to use fiction, established as the past by Kurara, failing before she moves on to the present. Tsubasa and Takumi again center their relationship around the future. While Tsubasa's completing the engine and overcoming her own defeatist attitude by the end of her romance game period may seem to plant it in a similar present to Kyoshika before her, it is of note that Tsubasa finishes a solitary engine. The engine still needs an object to power.
Okay, fucker. You're trying so hard to make this work, and it doesn't fucking work, man. Like, man, she made an engine, but she doesn't have something to power. That means it's the future. Like, come the fuck on.
Tsubasa's ties to the future go further than ties to her romantic encounters with Takumi. Across routes, Tsubasa is consistently responsible for the construction of the jar capable of holding the Undying Flames Boy,
Which is
allowing
twice.
a child without a future, predestined to die on day 100 alongside the rest of the planet, to continue living and see his dream of becoming friends with the SDU continue beyond their service at Last Defense Academy. It's why Tsubasa is the one to name the Undying Flames Boy on the coming-of-age route when
If you're talking about the past, present, future, yeah, you could kind of say that, but like I don't see it because it feels like he has a point and he's trying to like really tenuously push it. I don't think those relationships properly represent the past, present, and future. Like, you could say, oh man, there's like, that's a way to interpret it, but I don't think that was the intention. Which I guess would be the whole death of the author thing, and that this is his interpretation of it. But I think it's dumb. So, since there is no author, my interpretation is trying to like say this route's more intelligent because it theoretically could be applied with past, present, and future. Is fucking dumb.
Siri does not offer forward the name Shion as he does on other routes. Tsubasa is also responsible for repairing the broken escape shuttle on routes where it is destroyed, and granting Darumi.
Okay, yeah, Kurara is the past because she's built on legacy, but the other two don't fit that. Like Tsubasa, yeah, because like Tsubasa's whole thing is like she wants to work at her grandfather's shop, so you could tenuously say that's a future plan. And Kyoshika's fucking stupid, so she's unable to conceive anything beyond the present. Like, I guess you could try to force that to work, but that only really works for Kurara, and that doesn't work in a romance route because they were just using movies as a way of just a means of breaking the ice between them and finding mutual interests. Those interests don't necessarily have to be a concept of the past. That was just the method in which it was used. Because, like, Sakura is such a fucking bitch, and she constantly puts up walls to protect people, to push people away from her. Then that movies, in a sense, a common hobby or interest was the way to accrue and kind of pull them together. I don't think that's a representation of the past. It just conveniently happened in the past. If they both liked books, he would make the same excuse that, oh, they both like books, but books were written in the past.
The will to go on during the killing game route by sharing her dream for the future through the minute-long kiss Kawana gives Darumi. Nigo explains before the decision is made that whoever detonates the bomb that kills Veshnes will have their body obliterated. Revival is not an option. This is why the removal of the characters that can die here centers the routes around the absence of their associated ideas. To remove Tsubasa from the story would be to remove Future from the story, which 100 Line could not exist without.
That's heavily...
Taking a look at the killing game route before...
Pause him. Like, that's really pushing it. That's working backwards to make your point. That's like, oh man, they can't have... If you remove Tsubasa, then you remove the future, so that there's no way the story can continue. But again, like... but moving Takamaru also doesn't lead to the future. I guess the Veshnes route's shorter, if you want to be literal. But the group wasn't able to proceed with... you couldn't get a good ending with Takamaru dying either. So having her represent the future is just... Like, again, it's just him working backwards to try to make this choice deeper and more intelligent than it fucking was.
Veshnes route, we can begin to associate Tsubasa with Hope, as it relates to the future before even determining the relationship Hope's Paragon has with the concept. Tsubasa's connection to Hope is driven further by her position in the Veshnes route. With the commanders running the school and keeping each student under arrest in separate rooms, Tsubasa, as the deliverer of food, becomes the only immediate avenue for communication and planning, augmented only by Nigo's movements through hidden tunnels. Tsubasa's attachment to the concept of the future is so great that after her passing in the slasher route, Gaku loses his mind and throws himself in front of her zombie form with a...
Oh, okay, no. Again, this is you working backwards to force something. Like, Gaku becoming obsessed with Tsubasa literally happens for 5 minutes, and that's the only time it's ever executed whatsoever. Just to have a generic trope scene from a zombie movie where the person just mistakenly gets killed by their loved one. Like, that's a zombie trope. And Gaku acting so obsessed with Tsubasa for one scene in the entire game, just for that bit, and you're trying to act like it ties into a deep narrative of her representing the future. Come on.
Smile on his face. Tsubasa's future attachment is true even at her lowest points. During the final fight of the second scenario route, where everyone dies attempting to stop the missiles from launching on day 100, most characters find relief in their last moments, looking back on how they spent their lives outside of their artificial backstories. Eito confesses his love for Takumi. Hiroko finds peace in death. Others lament their fate, like Gaku asking why he was ever born. Ima and Yugamu speak of reincarnation, what they would like to be reborn as in the next life. But Tsubasa, Kako, and Moko speak of their regrets for actions never taken. Tsubasa is the only one among the cohort of 3 that also talks about what she desires in the next life, ranking her above all others in her approach to the future, even in her dying breaths. What does it mean that Tsubasa's association with the future is nigh all-encompassing? Beyond its established association...
Are we in the Veshness route here?
With hope, as per Tsubasa-centric killing game route's ending, holding hope in the title, the prospect of reaching the future is given increased value beyond Takumi's constant internal pressure to make it to day 100 by the existence of the cursed cycle as named and described in the steady fundamental route. The 100-line story that reaches across multiple routes, touching slasher, mystery, killing game, coming of age, and box of calamity, has the objective of reaching an impossible future that has been denied from the Special Defense Unit. Tsubasa's hope comes under nowhere near the level of scrutiny presented to Sumino's own ideals, as its struggles are inherent to the very premise of 100-line. Through this, Tsubasa is elevated to pseudo-protagonist status. Her survival at the start of the Veshness round isn't simply a logical character moment that fits our understanding of Tsubasa, but a mandatory part of the story because 100-line cannot function without Tsubasa Kawana. This idea is even further supported by
more
Killing
literally
Game's
than metaphorically.
Escaping Our Fate ending, where Sumino takes Kawana and runs away from the school before Tsubasa can be determined the loser.
Oh, right, when she gets sucked off by the bee.
The duo fail to successfully escape the cryptoglobin-absorbing bee that tails their every move, and Tsubasa is ultimately killed while they sleep shoulder to shoulder. During this sequence, Tsubasa is drained while Takumi dreams of the past, back to his memories in the Tokyo residential complex in Karuwa. The concept of the future, something both lovers have been looking forward to moments before, is removed the moment Tsubasa dies, before Takumi is even conscious enough to realize what has happened. Returning again to the Veshness route before we talk about the villain herself, Tsubasa's ability to define narratives around the future and possibilities extends even to her foes, as her talks with Adamak, the paragon of hatred, inspire him to imagine a future beyond Veshness's rule, and ultimately take his spoken plans of taking action against her and bring them into physical reality. Let's see what else can be taken from conversation with commanders. Takumi Sumino is kept in the leisure lounge as the commanders take over the school. Veshness toys with Takumi in particular after determining him the leader, engaging in less of a cultural exchange and more of a character assessment of the fool who would send Tsubasa Kawana to take down Veshness. Veshness makes it clear that her desire for power is absolute. Her thirst for knowledge is what keeps the SDU alive. This marker of knowledge as power helps establish Veshness as a wielder of not just in-game strength, but meta-tools to create a narrative in 100-line that acts to her benefit.
Bitch, he refuses to use fucking any CGs. Don't fucking... Don't get like, man, he's not using this... I like how he refuses to use any of the CGs. Like, he basically doesn't use the CGs from anything else. This isn't an outlier.
Veshness does also offer an alternate reasoning for the SDU's survival. You lost. You have no right to decide what happens to you. I decide when to kill you. This claim to agency feeds into Veshness's confusion and discontent in Takumi still clinging onto hope after her victory. A concept the player might find themselves in comprehension with, given they decided to sacrifice Tsubasa for the meta-narrative purpose of removing hope from the tale. As
Again, you did not remove Tsubasa on the, like, well, let me listen to that line again.
a concept the player might find themselves in comprehension with, given they decided to sacrifice Tsubasa for the meta-narrative purpose of removing hope from the tale.
No one did that. No one made this decision to remove the meta context of hope and future from the story. They picked Tsubasa because it was a route choice and because it was a stupid choice to make. Either you're doing it either you're doing it just for the hell of it, or you're doing it because you're exploring every route. The player in no capacity is deliberately choosing to remove hope from the story by choosing fucking Tsubasa.
As the paragon of hope, it's clear Veshness is disgruntled by the way that Takumi's stubborn resilience seems to defy her absolute order over the concept. But Veshness still gets the last laugh in this very first interaction of many inside the leisure lounge. Are you hoping for some kind of miracle? For your friends to come and save you? This isn't a matter of believing until you manifest something. Not only does Veshness flex her understanding of the rules of Hundred Line's story, before going on to claim herself above them in her dominion and absolute victory, she further cements hope and its relation to the future as superseding the other themes and concepts present or capable of appearing in Hundred Line through placing herself at an unreachable apex on this route. When Veshness makes a decision in this world, the player is not given opportunity for reaction. It either occurs as she desires, or she is killed before it can come to fruition. Second scenario's band-ending missile wipes out humanity before anyone can act to stop her. She determines to make Takumi hers on the Cult of Takumi route, only to die later in battle. Any direct clash with Veshness's ideals becomes an immediate battle of willpower, something the entire cast, ally or enemy, struggles to manifest enough to overcome her. This enlightens the SDU's original victory over the Supreme Commander in Hundred Line's first 100 days as a fact drawn from its nature as a revenge mission. The deaths of Nozomi Kirifuji and Ima Tsukumo provide Takumi, Kako, and the rest of the SDU with enough willpower to overcome the Paragon of Hope. A goal made easier with the fact that killing Veshness isn't the direct opposition to her current goal: enter the defense room. By Veshness defining things that have yet to happen, or won't happen, for the SDU as being tied to hoping, she makes it clear that to Veshness, hope is directly tied to the active manifestation of one's will into reality. When the player chooses to let Shoma kill Ava in the second scenario, they are hoping Shoma is correct in that this cryptoglobin will illuminate the true nature of the students. This hope...
Well, the answer is yeah, because otherwise if you're making it a choice, you have to assume it's going to mean something, otherwise they wouldn't have made it a choice.
Turns to reality as Shoma remembers the critical information that reveals the Special Defense Unit are artificial Futurans and not humans. This completes Hundred Line's understanding of hope and future being interlinked as foreshadowed through Tsubasa. Veshness even continues the trend of her absorption, creating an absence of her associated theme for the SDU. Ito determines on the steady fundamental route that the cursed cycle the students of Last Defense Academy find themselves in comes as a result of Takumi's redo back to Day 2, a direct consequence of the energy used in this action. Veshness in this way creates an absence of future for the cast of Hundred Line, confirmed to be specific to them by the player capability to see beyond Day 100 in endings such as My War, Overlord, and The Wanderers.
And like 50 other endings in the game.
Yet, Cursed Cycle Rememberers Hiroko and Takumi's returned memories cannot breach the morning of Day 100. Veshness exhibits a great deal of control over the future, and a modicum of control over the present by being nigh unstoppable in the path of approaching her direct goals. Veshness's blind spot is history. The greatest point of detraction Veshness received from her commanders is her rejection of future and culture and history, both in her refusal to remain masked and, following Takumi's reset, her lack of inhibitions in absorbing her fallen comrades. Veshness's desire to ascend to godhood further strays from the monotheistic understanding of future and culture we are presented through Hundred Line's Box of Blessings route, and the implications of the Undying Flames boy being referred to as the Second Coming. The divine gift of Cryptoglobin is tied to the Boxes of Blessing, which themselves are interlinked with the Gear parasites through the Boxes of Calamity. Discounting the Retsnon monsters, whose abilities are tied to the logical backing of the consuming and production of information,
again, ignoring that all of these are mutually exclusive from each other and just are messes of ideas that don't congeal or combine into anything if you even remotely think about it.
Each piece of unique future and culture and folklore ties to divinity and theism. Veshness aims to place herself as the cultural center of future and culture, and with the Gear parasites dormant and humanity intended for extinction, she extends that to all living cultures. Veshness's rejection of her own history reflects Ato's reliance on his own to justify his beliefs, further imposing a difference between Hundred Line's two most significant antagonists. Veshness has an image of the future she wants to create. Ato simply wants to destroy what has been evil in the past. Veshness's image of the future is significant in how she holds distaste for the very essence of how the player interacts with Hundred Line itself. During her early discussions during Cult of Takumi, she makes it clear that she judges Takumi for doubting his own choices. You thought because you went back in time once, you could do it whenever you wanted. Veshness is never wrong, and never fails because she never doubts her own will. As such, her defeat only comes from indirect opposition. The player, however, is consistently wrong. To even access the steady fundamental route, several other endings from across Hundred Line's flowchart must be accessed. If one's goal is to achieve the steady fundamental endings, they must make decisions that stray away from that path. Takumi's choice of Tsubasa on day 18 is straying from the path of saving everyone by choosing the option that has the lowest chance of success. It exists as an illogical option to entice the reader who seeks every outcome, a liberty Veshness sees as the pinnacle of immorality. Veshness's anti-player alignment presents a level of personal antagonism that Ato applies to all of humanity, and hence the player too. In the same way that Hundred Line punishes the player for killing Ato on day 2 with the most dysfunctional group dynamic routes, affirming Ato's beliefs on the inherent wickedness of humanity through the player's own dictated morals. Veshness disrupting Hundred Line's narrative and thieving good endings down each flowchart choice shows her lording her control over Hundred Line's narrative to torment the player who holds regret in their decisions and tries to find another path to satisfy their greed. Though this remains the opinion of the villain of Hundred Line's story, what retort are we presented with? Have you ever seen a termite mound? They are splendid structures. Some might even call them works of art. Termites are natural architects, and their mounds are both
I think I missed a line. I paused for a moment to bitch and moan. Like, I was thinking of going back and trying to go her whole fucking thing about his, like, oh, Veshness is, like, lording her power over the player. And it's like, I could probably, like, pick out how fucking stupid that is, but you're full of fucking shit.
Structurally sound and make excellent use of space. So are they following some sort of plan as they build? Are there termite blueprints detailing which room goes where? No, of course not. Each termite is simply an oblivious cog in a tremendous machine programmed by millions of years of termite DNA. It is doubtful an individual termite has any idea what its contributions are helping to create. But a human does. So says Zero in Kotaro Uchikoshi's Zero Escape, Virtue's Last Reward. As mentioned in the introduction to this essay, Virtue's Last Reward presents a visual novel experience that mandates an exploring of each path to understand the plot as a cohesive narrative structure. An idea represented in-universe by the enigmatic Zero's plan revolving around the in-universe concept of shifting, where one's consciousness is shunted through time both horizontally across parallel worlds where other decisions are made, and forwards and backwards through these branching paths. 100 Line is explicitly not this. A majority of the routes are narratively self-contained, or only make allusions to alternate paths, such as the Old Man on the Retsnum route mentioning the Cursed Cycle. But this doesn't apply to all of 100 Line. It is doubtful an individual termite has any idea what its contributions are helping to create, but a human does. We can appreciate the elegant forms of their alien cathedrals. We can see the simple beauty of their perfect functionality. We can understand the splendid planning of their structure. In other words, only an intelligence of a higher order can understand the beauty of what a termite builds. The Uchikoshi authored Steady Fundamental route is entirely blocked by the first of 100 Line's 3 story locks. At the splitting point between Steady Fundamental and Romance, the player cannot continue down the yet-to-be-labeled SF route till they have found certain endings of the Slasher and Box of Calamity routes, and reached the story lock in the Mystery route. During the credits roll of each ending, the player gets in search of these endings or otherwise. Each route is named and credited. Steady Fundamental remains abbreviated as SF, further obscuring this tale's identity.
But that's also implying the fact that anyone... Are we at the SF already? Okay, we are at SF. Yeah, the SF section of the story. But it's like, the problem being is like SF, like being... What does SF stand for? Steady Fundamental. Which doesn't mean anything.
Steady Fundamental introduces the Cursed Cycle proper.
Actually, that's this fucking game perfectly articulated in just that one acronym. Ah, man, it's SF. I wonder what that means. That must be like a really interesting mystery or something. And then it's Steady Fundamental, and it doesn't fucking mean anything. That's every fucking mystery in this game. Knowing the mystery just makes it less interesting, and there's not even a satisfactory answer for fucking anything in it.
Its title, explanation, and an escape route. The required alternative paths introduce the antagonistic force of Kako G, the infection of Takumi with the Gear Parasite, and the Liver Mortis codes, which will all play a role in the story of Steady Fundamental.
Remember the Liver Mortis
Steady Fundamental
codes?
route follows Hideko and Takumi using the timeline jumping tool of the Parallel Leap Machine to both solve problems in other timelines and create a timeline in of which each SDU member survives until day 100, which will allow them to escape the Cursed Cycle. Hideko uses her knowledge of other timelines and routes beyond Takumi's limited memories to cleanse the Gear infection from Takumi's head on Kill Ato routes, and collect resources to deal with issues that have already occurred in alternate timelines, such as disinfectant for the metal-eating bacteria from the Killing Game route, or materials for the jar that can keep the Undying Flames baby alive outside of the defense room from the Coming of Age route. Hideko stands in for the knowledge the player has acquired that Takumi hasn't, presuming that a player who has arrived at the Steady Fundamental route has likely seen more than the 4 endings and story lock required to progress. But why isn't this information just given to Takumi, with or without requiring these additional routes to be seen? Hideko, having this extra knowledge, intentionally creates a barrier of separation between player knowledge and character knowledge, an idea exemplified by Hideko's number of loops through 100 Line's story, exceeding our number of known and reachable endings. This barrier of difference plays into our incongruent understanding with 100 Line's other endings and the in-universe understanding of the Cursed Cycle.
And also leads to the issue where Hiriko is written incredibly inconsistently on a per-character fucking basis, because how much knowledge she's supposed to have at any point is completely and utterly arbitrary.
To reiterate, the explanation of the Cursed Cycle suggests that these worlds are reset at 10 AM on day 100. However, ending 41, Overlord, ending 1, Farewell, Last Defense Academy, 8, The Wanderers, and both My War and Seeds of Rebellion from the Rebellion round show us lives after the allotted time. Only the members of the SDU are stuck in this recycled loop. Not us nor the worlds they inhabit. Those continue past the moment of return.
Pause. I'm gonna read that line again. Say that again.
Ending 1, Farewell, Last Defense Academy, 8, The Wanderers, and both My War and Seeds of Rebellion from the Rebellion round show us lives after the allotted time. Only the members of the SDU are stuck in this recycled loop.
Pause. Wrong. Counterpoint. Cult of the Kumi's ending, where he attacks the satellite, and he's still an SDU member. You could say he's technically not an SDU member because he's attacking humanity at that point, but then you're just fucking pulling hairs. The point is that there's no logical through line on what endings are and are not allowed to be shown. Also, counterpoint, Box of Blessings. Because the war went on for 50 more fucking years. And they were part of the SDU during that. Don't try to fucking act like this is a plot beat when tons of endings are fucking in counter to it.
Not us nor the worlds they inhabit. Those continue past the moment of return. This isn't some jab at the player, claiming them a twisted demiurge who forces Takumi and friends to repeat 100 days of torment on repeat to see each path. 100 Line has already defined a different type of wrong for choosing decisions you don't believe in through Veshness. The difference between the understanding of the player and Hiroko has to do with the significance of outcome in 100 Line. By having the gear parasite infection return backwards in time with Takumi through the cursed cycle, and having that function as an important narrative device that defines the steady fundamental killing game and slasher routes, we can
and ignoring the fact that somehow it doesn't apply any other circumstance besides the closed loop on Kill Ito route, and there's no explanation on why Takumi does not carry the parasite with him on the alive Ito route besides the time looping is actually linear and he just conveniently never did spare Ito until after he did all of the routes associated with him being infected, which is arbitrary.
Begin to understand that endings have more weight than just their personal impact on the player. In the same way that 100 Line invites us to notice patterns through having battles occur on the same days across routes, and having Hiroko acknowledge this through her own preparations, the game invites us to consider these interconnected routes as part of a larger story, where certain endings simply represent possible outcomes, both with narrative weight backwards, such as Takumi's infection, and character weight for someone who remembers, like Hiroko Shizuhara.
People who remembers, which is one person. like people like the only example I have.
The only two SDU members aware that they are trapped within the cursed cycle are Takumi and Hiroko.
And Takumi's only aware he's trapped in the cursed cycle only in SF route.
Takumi is actively consumed with regrets. It's his motivation for returning to Day 2 the first time around through Special Redo, and it is the foundation of his relationship with Veshness in her route. Takumi's own guilt and regret even manifests into murderous intent and self-harm during certain paths of the Box of Calamity route. Over 130 loops of 100 Line story fail to give Hiroko a satisfying end, always returning her to the beginning, her one point of lenience existing on a path that holds the lowest number of survivors. If not for the sake of completion, the steady fundamental route represents to the player their own regrets. Each ending so far may have provided a conclusion that they would consider satisfying.
My only regret is playing 100 Line.
But no path has let everyone live. Should Takumi be alive, this sticking point worms its way into each ending's internal dialogue he offers, lest he be returning again as in the serial battles route. Each SDU member's death in 100 Line, either resulting in the removal or excess of certain themes in the narrative, means that these deaths each limit the number of potential possibilities a path could take. Making a decision has consequences and implications even if the player isn't aware of them. To take on the SF route is to make each decision that leads away from death, keeping each player in the game. This leads to some strange narrative consequences. Each route's own complications find a way to worm their way into the path of Hiroko and Takumi. Killing Game's destroyed escape pod, Takumi's estrangement from the team as in Box of Calamity, struggles against authority and the truth as in Second Scenario. 100 Line's three active villains, Veshness, Eito, and Kakoji, each are given a chance to cause complications during the story. Eito through his escape just before the route split, Veshness in her traditional manner, and Kakoji through her timeline-jumping villainy that results in a failure to maintain the steady fundamental path on one of the route splits. In a mirroring fashion, each route's developments also join in.
Also, this cocksucker does not bring up Trium rays. I swear to God. I want my explanation of fucking Trium rays analysis, boy.
With Takumi absent from interaction with the cast due to a strict schedule he and Hiroko must adhere to, the ending all 17 of us shows that Ima and Kako's growth into equals organically spawns from the creation and follow through of the dense route. By leaving each element in play, Steady Fundamental creates a future that is indeterminate. Its two everyone lives endings, spread across the mystery route and itself, show nothing beyond the final day, as their futures are yet to be determined in any measure, with each character both alive and free. Even the notion of having two similar happy endings of equally ambiguous nature establishes this idea of indeterminance further. The future Hiroko seeks is one like this. From her perspective, the future is determined to be yet another cycle of her time at the last Defense Academy. Yet having both of Steady Fundamental's paths lead to endings where all 17 members of the SDU survive, including one where Hiroko is unaware of how to break the curse cycle, as the surviving one is from the mystery timeline, proves to her that there is more than one way to break out of this loop and create a future that isn't just a
I just thought of something. Wouldn't Hiroko also represent the past? Because her entire life is, at this point in personality, is sculpted off of having to go through 170 fucking loops or something like that. How is that not the past? How is that not the past, future narrative man, analysis man? No, she has to be the present for his narrative to work. She can't be the past or the future, or his entire little fucking bit doesn't work. She has to be the present.
Present she has already lived. This future without direct goal is 100 Line's antithesis to Veshness's beliefs. On the path to all 17 of us, the Steady Fundamental path, where each SDU member from the Steady Fundamental route survives alongside Nigo and Sire, Takumi iterates on the in-universe understanding of metatools. If you keep believing in something for long enough,
kill this
it
man
can happen.
with a.
This is said to
I'm gonna
Hiroko
kill this
while
man.
She manifests a dream.
Pause it. I'm gonna kill this man with a meta shovel. I swear to God, and a meta pickaxe. I'm gonna shove my meta tools up his fucking meta ass.
She had earlier in the SF route, of everyone surviving without her. This direct and absolute idea of a future is trumped by Takumi's own vague and bold stride towards an undetermined happy ending where everyone lives. 100 Line in this way detracts from its own selling point of unique endings, instead placing deeper weight on the immediate consequences of each decision.
Real Spike is too good for you.
Outcomes are open-ended and indeterminate. We should value the impact we...
Anal spikes are too good for you. Man, where is this 5-hour literary analysis of Dooms? Please, what, Death? This guy, his name's Death, right? Des, I beg of you, please, I want your 5-hour post-constructionalist literary analysis of Dooms, the Dooms series. Please, there's my recommendation for you.
We see from our decisions. Returning to the idea of 100 Line giving both the player and the characters agency to write their own story, both actively and subconsciously, it brings this idea to its logical extreme, inviting the player to take even more agency in the direction of the story after day 100, imagining the outcome based on their understanding of the themes they chose and how the characters responded to the tale they were in. 100 Line's happiest endings give agency to the SDU survivors to do the same. To create this perfect future, however, outside knowledge is mandatory. The game doesn't...
No, Garrick, I'm not saying Doom, I'm saying Dooms. With an S. Plural. That's something else. Dooms is a series of really shitty RPG Maker games. That's what the line Ami said was from. There's like, you're full of shit. I'm tired of your shit. Anal spikes are too good for you. That's an actual quote from Dooms. Arfin House? I don't know what the fuck Arfin House is. What the fuck is Arfin House? You know, I'm pausing the literary analysis. What's Arfin House? What am I looking at? Okay, a series of Flash movies or something? I don't know. The point basically being it was a series of 3 shitty RPG Maker games that were like being edgelords games. There was a lot of like really stupid quotes in that. And also there's a point where he just like literally ripped a scene from like Bible Black and just put it in the game twice because I think it shows up in like Dooms 1 and in Dooms 2. Like 2 parts of the same scene. But it has such amazing scenes as taking the skull from Chrono Cross and giving him angry googly eyes and then making him a serial murderer who kills children. And then the guy who like sticks like a stake up his urethra. I think that happened in one of them. The point is, where is the literary analysis of Dooms?
Big a thematic understanding of each route required to access the steady fundamental route, but through Hiroko's increased agency.
Yeah, this really isn't possible. Like, no one, like, you type in Dooms, and you're not gonna fucking find it. Why the fuck? I type in Doom's RPG Maker, and I scroll down because you just get like Doom and RPG Maker, and then like a few ones down is just the funny bisection machine. You know, if you know the one I'm talking about, let me link it real quick. It's the one with the girl on the machine that like slices her into pieces. Like that one's just on the fucking front page if I can search on YouTube. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to, yeah, you can't fucking Google. Wait, what's the most, okay, this might have it. What's the most controversial RPG Maker games? What have we got here? Do you have Dooms? One of these, okay, this fucker doesn't have a, this is like an illiterate. I should do the literary analysis, the most RPG, controversial RPG Maker games ever made, featuring the fucking, including the Columbine RPG. That's on here. I'm trying to see if Dooms is on here, though. I have to, like, skim it, because he doesn't, like, specifically have parts. He has Black Souls on here. He's got Fear and Hunger. He's got Barkley for some fucking reason. I don't see Dooms on this, though, which is fucked up. This fucker better have fucking Dooms in his fucking video, cocksucker. I can't be the only person who knows about Dooms. I can't be the only one who knows about that Dooms exists anymore. I think I've gone completely fucking off track. I have grown completely off track of what I was fucking doing. All right, let's get back to the more important. Yeah, Dooms 2 Sea of Blood. That's the second one. See, I found Dooms 2 first because when I was doing one time I did like an RPG. I did like way back when I was still in like college. I did RPG. I did like one RPG Maker horror game a night for the entirety of October. And I think Dooms 2 was one of the ones I found when I was just dumpster diving. Yeah, in the RPG Maker Theater. But Dooms 1 is actually funnier than Dooms 2. Like, when I went, because not too long ago, I would say roughly in the last, like, 6 years. God, I'm old now. Because I know, like, either it was like, I did, were there 5? I remember 3. I might have done 4, but I think one of them wasn't finished. I only did part of one. Because one of them was partially unfinished. Like, there's only, like, a part of it. I don't remember what 4 was, though. 3 was the one with the chick who, like, could turn into monsters and had at her being a romantic relationship with the clown serial killer at the end. Let's get back to 100 Line.
Agency over Takumi during this path, we understand that a direct and literal knowledge of the events has become required reading as the story unfolds around the player away from their direct cause. Hiroko solves the issues of not having enough time to complete all the tasks her and Takumi need by creating a new timeline split through asking Takumi to call a flipped coin in the air. This is the only decision the player can take in 100 Line without a blatant repercussion that can be determined to be related thematically to the choice made, as Hiroko has taken direction of the narrative.
Counterpoint, comedy makes you ask if you want meat or fish for dinner. Counterpoint, cocksucker.
In pursuit of an
Rebutted.
unfocused,
5 hours of footage, gone.
Both sides
Analysis destroyed.
Hiroko is assisted off-screen by a mysterious white coat-wearing woman who provides timely aid in the form of required knowledge and materials.
How convenient that white-coated woman is never going to be acknowledged in the story properly at all, and you're just going to brush over it because it goes against your literary analysis where you ignore every fucking problem that this game has and how it's presented. Oh, sorry, am I spoiling my bitching tirade I'm going to make at the end of this fucking video?
This enigmatic character, who remains unnamed and unseen, has been a sticking point for critical thought regarding 100 Line since its release.
Yeah, it's almost like the story's completely unfinished. Ever think about that, cocksucker?
Making her, alongside the glowing light that puts Nozomi into a coma and the reveal of an also never-seen spaceship with time-leaping capabilities, a plot point that has served as a significant point of detraction from 100 Line's story as a whole, and more specifically, the steady fundamental route.
Yeah?
Through an understanding of Hiroko's future desires,
You're just gonna brush over that?
Present control of the narrative of the SF route superseding...
You just have no opinion on, this massive fucking hole in the writing where he just introduces a bunch of things and doesn't do anything with them? Got an opinion on that? You're gonna acknowledge it and then just fucking T-pose out? You're just gonna iframe that? You're gonna Inazuma land and just pretend it never happened? Cocksucker?
At the point these
Come
events
on.
occur, and her relationship with the cursed cycles a prison for herself.
He really is just not
I think
going
it's
to
safe
address
to say
it.
that this scientist, who is introduced alongside what is implied to be the timeline-leaping spaceship on the slasher side of the Day 50 split, is meant to be a future adult Hiroko who has escaped from the cursed cycle.
Okay, you're just gonna fanfiction it. All right, I get it. Instead of acknowledge how stupid this is, you're just gonna fanfiction a solution.
When she hands Hiroko a chip that contains details and an upgrade for the leap machine that allows it to travel vertically as well as horizontally. Not only does this serve as a fitting conclusion for a character who has already proven themselves capable of meddling across timelines through the steady fundamental route, it gives Hiroko an analogous figure to the player, whose outside influence guides Takumi towards outcomes in the pursuit of an ideal ending. This idea is compounded by a recurring narrative trait of Hiroko, Takumi's constant noticing of her lavender scent. In a moment of serendipitous coincidence, the slasher-jumping timeline of Steady Fundamental has Kakoji murder the exact selection of SDU members who survived till day 100 of the mystery route, with the exceptions of Takumi and Hiroko. With Sumino succumbing to the health consequences of jumping across timelines without proper protection, he gets Hiroko to take the remaining SDU members from this timeline to the mystery one, creating one of the two endings in which all 17 members survive. But this outcome leaves one straggler. The Hiroko from the SF timeline has a living counterpart in the mystery route, and must return to the original timeline to be destroyed in the school's detonation and continue the cursed cycle. The Takumi from the mystery timeline cannot help but notice this Hiroko. Despite never seeing her, Mystery Takumi comments right before the credits of a scent of lavender in the air. This lavender scent isn't just tied to Hiroko, but specifically to moments when Hiroko is not visible. The moment at the end of the slasher route that Hiroko jumps across timelines to create is one of these moments. From a slasher player's perspective, this lavender scent comes from the Hiroko comforting Takumi in the moment, but through the steady fundamental route we become aware of the steady fundamental Hiroko watching this very moment. This lavender scent establishes Hiroko as having a penchant for acting off-screen, lining her actions up with
Okay, so you're jumping through a lot of fucking hoops to try to have your fanfiction explanation. Again, instead of acknowledging what's in front of you, you're just gonna. I like how again, like when he brought that up, it's like how other people have said it. He never stresses his own fucking opinion on it because I guess because acknowledging the video game that this fucking story's attached to is too fucking hard in your fucking analysis video.
the white coat lady that Hiroko meets off-screen on the path to both happy, steady fundamental endings. And while this white-coated figure Hiroko describes as probably around 50 doesn't have a scent Hiroko feels the need to mention, her direct interaction with Hiroko that's full of half answers fits with the half answers Hiroko and Takumi provide.
You're so full of shit. It doesn't match the entire theme I was putting in specifically to try to justify that it's actually Hiroko. And it doesn't match the scent. But she didn't give answers. And Hiroko doesn't either. So obviously they're the same person.
The killing game Takumi during their masked visit. This future Hiroko, or white coat lady, arriving with MacGuffins understood from alternate timelines, further hones in an understanding of this character, mirroring the player's role in 100-Line Story. Her actions and directions to Hiroko result in the highest number of narrative elements staying in play.
I thought the idea was that she was supposed to be Irina, who was the chick who was involved in Hero Government that was brought up in like Box of Blessings. Like in one of the little lore tidbits that you can get in that. Again, that's implying the Box of Blessing lores can actually be trusted. Because one thing this fucker is not going to bring up is how Box of Blessings doesn't even acknowledge the Undying Missiles. Like that route just seems to not even know the Undying Missiles are a concept, which is why the war continuing after doesn't make any sense, because the missiles just aren't fired, because they just forget the missiles are even an idea in that route. But no, I'm glad everything was completely planned by like one writer, and there's no like continuity issues in this story at all.
Which we understand to lead to the best outcomes for the SDU. Her actions also create the most nebulous future by introducing a potential upgrade to the Parallel Leap Machine, referred to in-game as the Machine Plus.
I don't think they even do anything with the upgraded machine either. Okay, is that all he has to... That's all he has to say about study fundamentalism. That's it. That's it. So, you notice how he doesn't say a single fucking thing about Trium Rays? You know how he doesn't give any actual opinions of the story at all? He only just... Fuck. I'll do my fucking bitching at the end, but I can't fucking believe... I can't believe this cocksucker made... Like, how long is this fucking section? About, like, what? About 20 minutes talking about SF? About 20 minutes? He brings up, like, the rays as a concept some people are complaining about, and some people don't like. And then he just kind of brushes it off, doesn't, acknowledge it as an actual issue. Just brush it away. Fuck this guy.
Hiroko isn't the only character who gets to take control of 100-Line Story, however. Should Takumi die on the slasher route, the perspective will shift to Nozomi Kirifuji's own perspective as the survivors of the killer's rampage dwindle in number while day 100 slowly approaches. The player eventually gets to make a decision on Nozomi's behalf. Through comparison to Hiroko and Tsubasa, we've already associated Nozomi with the past. However,
Trium Rays. Trium Rays are in Steady Fundamentalism, apropos of nothing, there is a section of the story in which Nozomi just starts glowing. Like, you're out of commission for a bit because you're suffering from time ligma. And then, like, you see Nozomi and she's just glowing in her room. Because while you were unconscious, Hiroko takes them to the time machine to show them, and then a meteor appears, and then she just starts glowing. And then Kako-G, and by sense the association of like the Gi parasites in general, bring up that she is a variant, and that when a variant is exposed to Trium Rays, they glow, and that they are a delicacy for her people. None of this is compounded or explained or like anything or have any resolution or any payoff whatsoever at all. It's never brought up at all. It's just a complete fucking like it's just out there. It's complete nonsense. It just introduces all these like now like these special words, and other than that's also the scene where Kakaji talks about her special time traveling spaceship, ignoring the fact that it doesn't make any sense for the G parasites to have those because they're stuck in the boxes, except for Slasher, in which they're not stuck in the boxes because the box of blessing just isn't in, or the box of calamity just isn't in Slasher route, despite the fact the parasites are there. So, like, and then this fucker brings that up. It's like, that's a problem people have been talking about. Moving on. Like, and he doesn't, like, admonish the story for this. He just, like, he acts like other people are complaining about it. And then he acts like it's, like, distanced from himself. Like, it's not relevant to the fucking game he's spending 5 hours talking about. Like, this massive fucking narrative hole. It just isn't his problem. It isn't part of what he's fucking analyzing. Jesus Christ.
Her connection runs deeper than simply comparison with others. As the only real human in the SDU, Nozomi is far older than any of the lab babies she becomes friends with, yet she's still...
Are they? Because the lab babies are very poorly defined in how old they actually are. Because if she saw Takumi when Takumi was still like a kid in the tube, Takumi was drawn as the same age as her in the tube, which implies they're still the same age. This is implying that for some reason the babies did not go through any kind of accelerated growth. Like the artificial children were not like accelerated growth to reach adulthood in physical maturity as quickly as possible to be used as weapons. Instead, that gives the impression that they were actually in those tubes for like 15 to 16 years. Otherwise, there would not be a point where Takumi and Nozomi would see each other at the same age.
Connected to the last Defense Academy through a parental bond as the rest of her classmates are. Nozomi's own mother attempted to overcome the obstacle of cryptoglobin before the birth, discovery, and capture of the Second Coming. Nozomi's complex and layered relationship with her mother is a significant and grounding piece of Nozomi's character, where Takumi can have days erased from his memory through Sirei's electric-based dynamic therapy that is used to brainwash Ava and Ato. Nozomi's mother can only be circumvented from the narrative through being replaced with a fictional uncle. Nozomi's motivations lie, at least in part, with proving to her deceased mother and her contemporaries in the field of cryptoglobin science that her mother's experiments on Nozomi were not pointless. Nozomi places the blame of her mother's passing on herself, shielding Nozomi from recognizing the immorality of her mother performing experimental procedures on her daughter as a coping mechanism. By cementing her mother as a good person in her mind, Nozomi justifies her actions in a war that others fight in blindly, not out of her own selfish reasoning, but, as Sirei says, for the good of humanity. Where Ato looks back onto the atrocities of war and determines humanity evil, Nozomi's personal traumas let her broach the history of science at the cost of good and call it a necessary evil. Nozomi justifying her actions through history isn't the limits of her connections to the past, as she often finds herself connected to the theme of legacy. Not simply satisfied with carrying on the legacy of her mother through her creation of poisons and machinery in routes where Yugamu and Kurara are incapable, Nozomi follows through with Takumi's request at the end of second scenario and carries on the hopes and wishes of the rest of the SDU, who haven't survived their combat against the automated defense system in the defense room on day 100.
But no, she's not allowed to carry on their will because she didn't suck them off. That was the plot beat you made earlier. But the only way to... the characters can only transfer their will specifically by sucking them. How could you present a counterpoint to your own fucking thing?
The rest of humanity
Maybe you shouldn't have tried to make it so literal.
bad-ending missile on this route. Nozomi further carries the legacy of all of humanity as she joins the surviving Futurans on the war-torn planet. In a story deeply tied to regret through Takumi's constant doubt of his actions following the return to the beginning, and the regret for inaction before this, a character like Nozomi being directly tied to looking backwards for justification, motivation, and stability holds deep thematic significance. The player getting the opportunity to make a decision through Nozomi ties the method of play agency over narrative in 100 Line to her. Tying making decisions to the character associated with looking backwards takes the player away from the trap laid by Veshness's beliefs in the steady fundamental route's retort. Not everything lies in the ending. This isn't 100 Line simply reiterating that the journey is more important than the destination, a statement antithetical to the SDU's doubts and repulsions regarding their own mission. The journey often acts as the obstacle for 100 Line's cast. Through Nozomi, we can divide the follow-on effects from making decisions in 100 Line into two categories. Outcomes, the objectives that characters like Veshness and Takumi focus on and that their decisions are a result of, and consequences, the permeating ongoing ripple effects of the decisions made, and often the result of thematic repercussions that further hinder the SDU. This divide mirrors the divide between active and passive meta tools. The outcomes of a decision represent the active side of meta tools. Takumi and the player choose to dodge the masked killer. They actively want the killer removed from the story and the world.
No, that's okay. This is a point again that only works if you're going backwards. In a situation in most video games that you're given a choice where someone's trying to kill you with a weapon, and your options are dodge and attack them. The player is at a choice because they have to try to guess what the author is trying to push at. If you played any fucking RPG Maker horror game or shit like that, where you have like a random choice of whether or not you have to attack a killer or dodge them, whether or not either works is completely arbitrary per writer. When the player makes a choice of whether to attack or dodge, they have to make an assumption of which one is what the writer wants them to do. Because some games, some stories, some writers who have this kind of choice push you that you have to attack them. But because the person has a weapon, a lot of times, if your choice is to attack or dodge or escape, you will just die if you try to attack them. Why is because they just have a weapon, so you just lose the trade and die. You don't just perform a sick trick kick and then the monster drops the weapon and you chase after them. That's usually not how that kind of situation is usually written. The player, when a player makes this choice, like when I first ran into that choice, the choice was a dodge or attack. I picked dodge because that was generally what would be the option you want to take to avoid someone who has a circular saw. If you try to attack them, you're probably going to lose because they have a circular saw. And they're probably just gonna, either they're gonna cut you with it or they're gonna bash your fucking head with it. Like, the player making this decision are not making a decision about, man, I want to avoid interacting with this guy entirely, so I'm gonna pick the dodge option. Or if I want to actively engage with this creature story-wise, I'm going to attack him. That's not how anyone who takes this choice is thinking. It only works this way if you're working backwards to add additional meaning to this choice that doesn't exist when you're in the moment. And I'm pretty sure there's another branching point like this in Slasher, which is the branch point between Slasher and Zombie. And that also involves a fight with Yugamu in the suit. And in Zombie, I don't remember what the choice was, but I'm pretty sure in that one the choice is opposite. Because I think if you engage with him directly, he falls off the roof. And when he falls off the roof, he dies. And that's how it goes into Zombie. I would need to double check. I don't think I have the recording anymore of what that choice was. Who has the timeline? Does anyone have let's look at the I'm gonna check this real quick because I'm pretty. If this one runs in contrast of his point, I'm pretty sure this one runs in contrast with his point. Flowchart. Give me the fucking flowchart. I don't care what you're stupid. Open at your own risk. Spoiler. Let me see. Okay, where was this? This timeline's fucking. The timeline is for ants. I can't use this. What if I download it? I'm not gonna fucking know. Okay, download the fucking thing. Okay. If this thing is not... Okay, where is... Okay, so it's at the bottom. Where is... Leave, yes. Kick, dodge, slasher. Where is the branch between jump out and dodge? That's what it was. So dodge, jump... Okay, dodge leads to zombie. And then jump out leads to yeah, because if you dodge, Yugamu jumps out the window, and if you jump out, I think you both die together or something like that, or you die and then the situation's kind of dropped. So I guess in theory you could say both of these are in a sense running away, but it doesn't line up with the fucking point he's trying to make.
Morphs to make that,
which is why he doesn't use that as an example along with the slasher one, because it goes against this narrative.
Reality. Whereas at the end of second scenario route, when Takumi and the player choose to defy Sire one last time, their active decision of insubordination comes from the passive understanding that the now deceased humanity has never been fighting for them, which is responded to through the SDU being killed by the automated defense system in the war room, an otherwise absent plot point across each other route. Nozomi is tied to this.
I like that concession.
Otherwise absent plot point. SDU being killed by the automated defense system in the war room, an otherwise absent plot point across each other route.
I feel like almost that's a concession for just how arbitrary that section was. Like, when they mentioned the line about it being the intercept system, I assumed that was deliberately anti-air interception to stop the Futurans from attacking the missiles the missile silos before they launch. Not that, oh, we have 3 giant flame Shions to attack anyone who deliberately enters the defense room. That only really works for the sake of this one fucking fight in this one circumstance, and not the idea of them attacking the missiles from the outside.
Nozomi is tied to this second category of consequences as both an active perpetrator of them and a consistent victim of Takumi's incompetence and self-doubt. First, as a victim, Takumi Samino centers his return to Day 2 around surviving to Day 100 without casualties, but cannot help let the mask slip subconsciously that Nozomi's identity is supposedly Karuwa, as revealed to Takumi during her death throes following the Day 93 fight with Veshness on the original route, places Nozomi to Takumi on a pedestal in regards to protecting her. There is active evidence of this on the Don't Kill Ato, Tell Everyone You're a Time Traveler path of 100 line. After Takumi travels to Second to Last Defense Academy, unaware of the accelerated attack on the primary school, the next choice the player receives control over is to prioritize the students of Second to Last Defense Academy, dooming Darumi, or foregoing the dying Second Academy students to rush back to Last Defense Academy, forsaking Kyoshika, Yugamu, Moko, and Kurara. Regardless of which path is taken, Takumi will go out of his way to save Nozomi, who has pursued an enemy commander to their base after Boko was kidnapped. Regardless of the player prioritizing a story containing the students of the first or second school, Takumi's choice to save Nozomi is inescapable. Takumi centering his goals around Nozomi places her in the primary position to face consequences of Sumino's own doubts about his capabilities. Each time Sumino questions his own ability to save everyone, he inadvertently creates a world more dangerous for Nozomi. In the rebellion route, where the questions of leadership and the uncertainty of future is a burden shared with Commune, Nozomi's cryptoglobin rejections are determined non-fatal. Yet in the killing game route, where rifts have torn the SDU apart, and Sumino has been made villain by Gaku, Takamaru, Kyoshika, and the Tsukumo twins, her symptoms become so severe she cannot help but greedily suckle from Ava's cryptoglobin the moment she is given the chance, ignoring
It's almost like these are written by different people, and it is arbitrary.
the Futuran's pleas of excess. This factor is understood and manipulated by Eito in the coming of age route, where the plan he offers Takumi to get the rest of the SDU to trust Nozomi either leads to an immediate bad ending or becomes a sticking point later in the route. Here, instead of Takumi's subconscious self-doubts leading to Nozomi's ostracization from the rest of the SDU, Eito masterfully wields his associated meta-tools of the themes of community and companionship,
I swear to God,
to sow distrust among
I swear to God, I hate the term meta tools so much. I fucking hate the tool. I hate the term meta tools so much now. You've ruined. No one else has used the term meta tools, but you ruined. If I ever hear meta tools in any other context, God fucking damn it.
the SDU. Nozomi isn't simply a passive actor, of course. Kirafuji notably holds a position of privilege on the Cult of Takumi route, thanks to her immunity to the effects of Yugamu's cryptoglobin enhancing
I still have an
pills
hour
in
and a
Takumi.
half.
Nozomi also puts doubts on Takumi's plans at the start of the Killing Game route, Box of Blessings route, and the supernatural side of the Box of Calamity route. If Tsubasa plays the straight man to comedy antics when Takumi is unable to, then Nozomi reserves the same role for 100 Lines' more serious moments. Her questioning of Sumino's more outlandish decisions
if only we had a
reward with the privilege of being granted the
meta-circular
chance
saw.
to supersede the player's will, such as by killing Takumi in the slasher route. The exception of Nozomi's privilege returns us to the Cult of Takumi route, where her agency is thwarted by the narrative using this route to teach the player the decisions they make in directing 100 Line cannot be reversed, and only punishments lie down paths of backtracking following a decision. When Takumi suggests Eito's plan to Nozomi at the beginning of the Coming of Age route, ignoring Nozomi's wishes and going ahead with sharing the story Eito made up leads to an immediate bad ending. Despite stripping Nozomi's agency from her for the sake of scolding the player on Cult of Takumi, 100 Line makes it clear that the stripping of Nozomi's agency is what leads to these negative outcomes. She's not a scapegoat.
Not really. I'm pretty sure it's you chose an easy way out in deceiving people. It's less taking it's less deliberately fucking over Nozomi, and it's like not being honest and trying to play people in a really stupid fucking plan. Like being dishonest is what it's trying to punish Takumi for, not fucking over Nozomi and trying to take her agency.
For the SDU or the player, but her own person. Takumi's inability
Can I get
to
a meta
recognize
gun?
this through his own idolization with the image of Karawa/Nozomi becomes reflected in the world as he falsely recognizes his suffering as a result of external factors when it comes from his own fantasizing about the protection of Nozomi, as explored in the Cult of Takumi route. How does Nozomi's connection with legacy and her critical awareness culminate into her role in 100 Line? Taking a look at her role in Nozomi-centric endings, as discussed earlier, it becomes clear that Nozomi is the character who most effectively and accurately internalizes and understands the events of each 100 Line route where she makes it past day 100, exemplified by her positions at the end of Rebellion and second scenario route endings she survives. Nozomi's role as the historian of meaning is
2 out of
foreshadowed
98.
in her 100 Days by her outsider position, an unintended member of the Special Defense Unit who snuck in and whose own body rejects the cryptoglobin each other member uses to fight. where Ato's failure to maintain his ideals formed from a hatred of humanity comes from them contradicting his personal desires, his rejection of his artificial backstory, and the recognition that Veshnes shares in the same qualities he despises in humanity, Nozomi instead chooses to stay blind to the ethical questions regarding the creation of the SDU and humanity's wider colonial conquest of Futurum in an effort to retain all the guilt in her relationship between her and her mother. Nozomi's growth beyond this ignorance provides her the resolve to stride forward in second scenario and to fight for peace in the rebellion route, achieved through a critical understanding of the events of the war and how the creation of the SDU has led her friends to turmoil. In routes such as Slasher, where there is no time or place for these ideas to be explored, Nozomi's growth as an individual instead allows her to supersede protagonist Takumi Samino in the narrative, either by taking over as the player's perspective or through killing Takumi herself. Outside of these routes, Nozomi's active desire for the success of the SDU's mission,
ignoring the route where Takumi fucking kills her, which is the canon route. Like the route where Nozomi kills Takumi is like an outlier, and it's basically a wrong ending because you're supposed to pick the route that focuses on Hiroko. And the route where she kills him is just arbitrarily there for the sake of having another ending. And then the route where you take over as Nozomi's perspective is mostly just a novelty. Because that the route where that you actually play as Nozomi during that section doesn't really amount to much. And the mystery of who's in the suit is the most boring fucking thing in the game.
manifests itself in an endless litany of MacGuffins that offer opportunity for the Special Defense Unit to make it to Day 100 and set off the Undying Flames missiles, many of which are interlinked with history in the same way Nozomi is, such as Legends of Retstorm and the Boxes of Blessings. These are the antithesis to the equivalent introduced inconveniences, which are instead parallels to humanity's own destructive colonization of Futurum's people and resources. See the metal-eating bacteria and the gear parasites. The dynamic...
Okay, wait. One more time. Back the fuck up.
Through a critical understanding of the events of the war and how the creation of the SDU has led her friends to turmoil. In routes such as Slasher, where there is no time or place for these ideas to be explored, Nozomi's growth as an individual instead allows her to supersede protagonist Takumi Samino in the narrative, either by taking over as the player's perspective or through killing Takumi herself. Outside of these routes, Nozomi's active desire for the success of the SDU's mission manifests itself in an endless litany of MacGuffins.
Okay, is he trying to act like Nozomi... One more time.
Or through killing Takumi herself. Outside of these routes, Nozomi's active desire for the success of the SDU's...
Okay, her active desire of for the SDU's success
mission manifests itself in an endless litany of MacGuffins that offer opportunity for the Special Defense Unit to make it to Day 100.
So he's acting like all of Nozomi's will for them to succeed is the narrative magic that causes all this shit to magic. Her desire for the group to succeed is why the Box of Blessings exists.
And set off the Undying Flames missiles, many of which are interlinked with history in the same way Nozomi is.
So he's trying to act like her existence is why Retsnom exists, when she's barely a part of the Retsnom route. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you trying to act like these, like, basically contrivance plot conveniences are conveniently tied to a character who barely interacts with them?
Such as Legends of Retstorm and the Boxes of Blessings. These are the antithesis to the equivalent introduced inconveniences, which are instead parallels to humanity's own destructive colonization of Futurum's people and resources. See the metal-eating bacteria and the gear parasites.
Okay, so he's trying to act like the Gi parasites and the bacteria represent colonial strife, which in a sense would, I guess, represent foreign bacteria or illnesses from countries you're colonizing or something? I guess, but small, like there was no America pox. Like the whole, like the diseases that we brought like the Europeans brought to America when they colonized it, that was all an American. That was all the European thing, because those were diseases and illnesses that were not naturally created. They were created because they lived in fucking shitholes with animals, like swine flu. Like swine was diseases that were normally not designed to affect humans mutated because of the close proximity with them. I'm just paraphrasing a fucking YouTube video I watched like 10 years ago. But the point being is that, like, there was no America pox. There was no, like, magical disease in America that fucked over the Europeans. So trying to act like the key parasite's some magical, supposed to represent colonialism by some unknown disease that exists in the country you're colonizing is really fucking pushing it.
The dynamic Nozomi shares with Takumi is, too, rooted in preconceived biases. The point that forms Takumi's need for relationship with Nozomi is the exact same quality that keeps them distance, that being his belief that, in some way, shape, or form, Nozomi is Karuwa. Overcoming these biases and beliefs and accessing critical thought is what informs Nozomi's development across many routes. In routes where Nozomi's character is more stagnant, she instead serves as the outsider that invites discussion and analysis of ongoing events to those stuck in the know, inviting fellow outsider, the player, to escape any trappings of their own suspension of disbelief and consider their own biases regarding ongoing events. Where does this place the path of Last Defense Academy second scenario?
Man, I really got fucked. I really fucked myself playing the dub, didn't I? This Takumi sounds like he can act. It's weird. I'm more shocked he took the time and effort to actually put a cinematic in instead of just the Earthbound visuals again. This took a lot of effort. This is like half of his design time. His video editing was just taking this one clip and using it. Right now missing, I would say 95% has been just that background over and over again. So this is, okay, this is the final stretch, basically. We're getting there. We're gonna make it. I bet I'll finally be free of my 100 burdens. I'll finally be free of my curse cycle. Alright, we're back.
The second scenario route is defined by truth, devoted to uncovering secrets. Each split off of this route follows some escape.
Play the fucking song thing.
The first branch off, Coming of Age, comes from hiding the truth behind Nozomi's origins. To continue on the second scenario route, you must sacrifice Kyoshika, removing innocence through obliviousness while keeping future by refusing to give up Tsubasa. Holding on to Ava as prisoner guarantees a personal future and source for their side of the story. Siding with Sirei and stopping Hideko from killing Nigo removes the truth of the SDU situation by trapping Takumi in the fantasy of Hundred Lions casual route. Immediately following this choice, should you not stop Hiroko, you must save Gaku over Kurara to uncover the truth, as Kako foretold. Denying the story goals laid out before Takumi's return from the original route by not allowing the Undying Flames boy to join the team removes nearly all plot from the tale by leading to the serial battles route. After this, the player must keep Eito alive so that he can discover the truth as well, and allow Shoma to kill Ava as he directly states it will help him remember their origins. From here, the whole truth is discovered before the alternate routes of Rebellion, Goodbye Eito, and the second scenario and reset endings. Elements of the truth still exist on many of the routes that branch off of the second scenario. Box of Blessings, search for the titular boxes, is as much a treasure hunt for nuggets of truth hidden around the wreckage of the Future and Cityscape outside of Blast Defense Academy as it is for the magical MacGuffins themselves. Conspiracy Route's trigger, being tied to letting go of the truth, brings every reveal within the route under a layer of scrutiny that undeniably themes the entire route around questioning the facts that authority is presenting. By sacrificing Shoma's discovery of the truth through protecting Ava, the player instead learns more of Futuran culture and its peoples through Ava's routes.
Which wasn't very much.
The second scenario route presents truth as a challenge. Each step away from the path of the truth is either a relief from that burden, such as the burden of taking Ava's life, or results in an escape from the truth in the place of gleeful ignorance, see Coming of Age and Casual routes. The challenge second scenario presents regarding truth is morality.
We learned, she mentions the boxes exist in Ava route.
Each discovery makes the SDU's mission less and less justifiable to the students. The SDU members that don't make it to day 100 of this path are Darumi, Kyoshika, and Kurara. Darumi and Kyoshika are inherently tied to fiction through their obsessions with adult games and shonen manga respectively. These passions reflect into their perceptions of the real world, which are incompatible with the harsh reality of second scenario. Kurara's detesting of lies and secrets that tears her and Nozomi apart at the beginning of the Coming of Age route establishes the dynamic that demands her death when saving Gaku to uncover the truth. Kurara would be unable to accept her entire life was a complete fabrication, leaving her to stomach the half-truth red envelope of the conspiracy route instead.
I mean, like you said, there's no way she'd be able to, but she still was given an idea that her life was fake from the envelope, which was also... This goes against his entire point, where he's trying to say Kurara would not be able to face the truth, but she was given a truth that was against what her ideas were, and she still went with it. I'm pretty sure she would be able to take the truth. He's trying to justify like Kurara being dead was a very deliberate, super smart boy choice, and it's really not. Like Doremi and Kyoshika were killed because they're the most useless gimmick characters of the cast. That's why they were pruned. One, just for the sake of having narrative stakes, and just to have less people on board. But like they were the easiest characters just to completely cut of the cast. That's why they were picked. Kiara was also like a really easy one to just get rid of. That's why she was picked.
Meanwhile, Gaku's self-victimizing pessimism prepares him to handle the reveal of the cast's artificial backstories. Darumi and Kyoshika's obsessions with established genre also serve to remove...
But it's also like, he something like...
truth red envelope of the was a complete fabrication. Leaving Kurara would be unable to accept her entire life was a complete fabrication, leaving her to stomach the half-truth red envelope of the conspiracy route instead.
Again, his point, this point invalidates itself. It's like she didn't have an opportunity to see the truth, but she was already given the equivalent of it and bounced back. But he's saying she wouldn't be able to. So the other false truth she was given, which is basically the same thing of what she knew in the past was completely wrong, just like fuck off. You're completely invalid your own
Meanwhile,
point.
Gaku's self-victimizing pessimism prepares him to handle the reveal of the cast's artificial backstories. Darumi and Kyoshika's obsessions with established genre also serve to remove trope from 100 Line when they leave the story on second scenario. The equally outlandish Yugamu, whose physically altered body acts as the least conceivable.
You have to remove trope. Bitch, humans being the evil ones all along, and the group you were working for were the evil people. How is that not trope? Cocksucker. How is the guys you were working for all along were actually evil was not trope? How is that not trope?
Thing in 100 Line story unrelated in any way to Cryptoglobin fails to find itself similarly associated with genre to mandate its removal from the tale. His inquisitive, forward-thinking nature that leads to the preemptive creation from Globin acts as the least. The equally outlandish Yugamu, whose physically altered body acts as the least conceivable thing in 100 Line story unrelated in any way to Cryptoglobin, fails to find itself similarly associated with genre to mandate its removal from the tale.
Yugamu wasn't picked because he wasn't tropey enough. So obviously, because he wasn't a tropey enough, like this is his problem. Because he has to imply every step of this story was incredibly thoughtful and planned out and super considered. When he runs into a idea that contradicts his own point, which is Yugamu, he has to now perform mental gymnastics to justify why Kurara was removed and not Yugamu. Despite the fact one of the reasons why they left Yugamu was because he's a fucking doctor. Because him being a doctor gave them some narrative convenience. They used him to disable the bomb, which they used, I think, I don't remember exactly, but he had used his medical knowledge to deal with the bomb. They had his medical knowledge in terms of writing convenience for the sake of dealing with Da Shal. He was a character who had narrative use because he had the medical background, and he's the only character who has a medical background. But because this goes against this super deep narrative, and he can't just acknowledge the fucking tree in front of him, he has to write it off as let's listen to this one more time.
He acts as the least conceivable. The equally outlandish Yugamu, whose physically altered body acts as the least conceivable thing in 100 Line story unrelated in any way to Cryptoglobin, fails to find itself similarly associated with genre to mandate its removal from the tale.
He has to. Yugamu wasn't tied with genre enough, which is why he was left in.
His inquisitive, forward-thinking nature that leads to the
and he provides
creation
value.
of necessary poison in the first round.
And he provides value to the story, but instead of saying that, he has to try to walk around the obvious fucking answer in front of him.
Separates his outlandish personality from Kurara's stubborn stability, affected by her station, to spawn another reason for why an outlandish character such as himself survives through second scenario's narrative, which otherwise strips whimsy from the SDU in place of uncaring truths. The struggle of each of second scenario's truths is they take away the perspectives that justify the SDU's battle to defend the school, revealing they are the invading force, that their backstories that bring them their motivation are fake, and that this entire facade the SDU struggles to grapple with was decidedly kept in place by the very people they are supposed to be fighting for. This stands counterintuitive to our understanding that the beliefs and biases of 100 Line's cast define the world around them. However, their ability to continue moving forward in the face of these revelations instead serves as a representation of the player's ability to maintain their own devotion to 100 Line's narrative despite a series of rug pulls. Second scenario challenges the player to be invested in the story they are complicit in writing, even if their fellow...
Okay, well, they are not complicit in writing. They didn't write the story of 100 Line. The writer wrote the story of 100 Line. You are not writing the story of 100 Line. You're not complicit in choosing choices given to you. You are not complicit. Let's be fucking blunt here. You are not complicit.
100 Line's narrative, despite a series of rug pulls. Second scenario challenges the player to be invested in the story they are
One more time.
Rug pulls. Second scenario challenges the player to be invested in the story they are.
Second scenario challenges the player to be invested in the story. This is the fucking problem with 100 Line in its fucking entirety. It wants you to be invested in its story. It wants you to be curious about the beats it brings up. It wants you to be curious about the time travel shit, about the brothers, the guys in the scuba suit, specifically the brothers, the G parasite, on how all this shit is tying together. I spent the entire game paying attention and being curious if Nozomi snuck in. Why the fuck do they have an extra room for her? What does this game give you for wanting to be invested? It gives you shit fucking answers to everything. It doesn't acknowledge the thing with Nozomi. Her connection with Kara is basically arbitrary and doesn't add anything. The characters having their backstories artificially created only leads to more questions than answers because they were given backstories that would actively harm their ability to help. Ima and Kako didn't have motivation. Kako only really had motivation to fight because of the other people around her, not necessarily because of her own backstory. And Ima only gives a shit about protecting his sister, to the point of not giving a shit about actually doing his job that he was created for the sake of his sister. Like, Duramy is an active detriment to their entire goal if these were artificial humans. Every fucking plot beat that this game challenges you to be invested in only disappoints you.
Implicit in writing, even if their fellow author, the game, intends to
only author the game.
Strip away each convention they thought they understood. A concept alleviated by the foreshadowing of many second scenarios' twists across 100 Line's first route and plethora of alternate paths. The SDU losing their reason for continuing to play 100 Line's game reflects back onto the Steady Fundamental route, where Steady Fundamental establishes that an ending that leads to everyone's survival requires external understanding, evidenced by the jumping to alternate timelines and the role of outsiders such as Kako.
It's kind of funny because he makes a comment one more time.
Mental establishes that an ending that leads to everyone's survival requires external understanding,
requires external understanding. Hold that.
Evidenced by the jumping to alternate timelines,
which doesn't actually one thing, when they jump to the other timelines, what are they accomplishing by jumping into those timelines that actually helps SF prosper? Like, Hiroko has future knowledge, which is why she's able to make the super brainwash machine. But, like, he's about to mention, like, Kako G.
The role of outsiders, such as Kako G.
Like, the route's only good because of Kako G. Kako G only makes the route worse.
And the mysterious older woman.
That's a fucking...
Second scenario presents the "and" to this idea. The "and" of unbiased perspective. Steady Fundamental's happy endings feature conceits. For everyone to survive and be happy, both Ato and Ava must undergo some form of brainwashing. Shut down for the final section of Steady Fundamental's All 17 of Us ending, Sire reawakens on the escape pod, not outraged at the lack of omnicide upon Futurum's surface, content with the death of the commanders instead. Sire's enragement instead is played as a joke. His frustration lies with his own emotional responses to the happy ending occurring around him, and not the failure of the mission. Tying Sire in this conclusion to the metatools he represents as a character regarding fatherhood, as opposed to the agency that the will of humanity holds over his worldview. Second scenario asks us to challenge these conceits objectively. Through the path of second scenario, the SDU's own biases are stripped from them. Any ill will they hold to humanity cannot be acted upon after Veshnes destroys the artificial satellite. Their final choice, to defy Sire one last time or to remain subservient, is a decision they need make without any external history, backstory, or ongoing desire for revenge. The SDU no longer have a history to inform this decision, and any aggression against the Futurans would be unfounded with Veshnes and the rest of the commanders dead. This leaves the final bias with the player. Defying Sire will likely lead to complications. The entire surviving SDU roster dying, bar Nozomi, is far from an unexpected outcome. But choosing to have Takumi avoid such a confrontation leaves the SDU alive but unhappy. On a barren planet, Sire flushes their memories once again to have them live through a facsimile of school life without the one SDU member who wanted it most, the Undying Flames boy. The choice between concessions and consequences across these two paths, interlinked in second scenario being a hunt for understanding of the nature of 100 Lines world, and Steady Fundamental being a task of understanding of 100 Lines broader plot points and meta-themes to create a happy ending, present the impossibility of an unbiased internal actor finding said happy conclusion. Steady Fundamental Hiroko, while her memories grant her outside knowledge, is clearly not an objective actor, dooming the slasher timeline to misery in order to create a moment of reprieve and joy for herself. Steady Fundamental's insertion of a character from outside the cursed cycle who solves the next to final problems of each path tells us that a happy ending lies with an unbiased external actor. The path that creates an unbiased outsider, however, is one that inherently creates turmoil. While the entire SDU experiences this through the second scenario route by way of their discovery that they are the invading force, outsiders, and that their biology makes them traitors to Futurum and objects to humanity, removing their bias by stripping them of identity. This entire idea of the unbiased outsider echoes through all of 100 Line through the established trend of character arcs Nozomi Kirafuji experiences across many of 100 Line's routes.
Okay, I'm gonna pause for just a moment. I need to use the bathroom, and I'm gonna get another slice of pizza, and I'm gonna get a drink. Call this like a short break. I need a break from this. Give me a second. All right, let's get fucking back to this. God, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's just oh god.
The differences between second scenario and steady fundamental return us to the concept of meta tools again. By
Fucking
stripping
meta
the special
tools!
defense unit of the elements that make them who they are, 100 Line effectively removes their themes and agency from the plot, representing this by killing all of humanity, making the SDU now truly objects. The wills that Takumi passes on to Nozomi after he dies, alongside the rest of the not-human members of the SDU, is entirely composed of the player's own will, as their agency has overtaken any that the SDU could form in this scenario. The player's objective in the path of unlocking the steady fundamental route, while they are likely unaware of it while it's ongoing, is to transform the reader into an external and unbiased force with an understanding of 100 Line both metatextually and narratively. Steady Fundamental forgoes the moral questions of leaving the SDU in the dark regarding second scenario revelations, and the manipulation of the thoughts of actors Ava and Ato, to instead have the player approach the concept of reaching Takumi's desired ending of protecting everyone through its most objective methodology. Or at least, the most objective methodology 100 Line offers its world. To transcend the will and agency of antagonistic characters in 100 Line's story, Steady Fundamental creates a breadth of themes that remain unexplored as Takumi and Hiroko instead travel across parallel timelines to make sure each one stays included as a possibility for the direction of their story. Steady Fundamental does not make objective statements on hope like the Killing Game and Veshness routes, nor does it begin to broach the consequences of war as outlined in Second Scenario and Rebellion. Steady Fundamental instead leaves these possibilities as existing past Day 100, as the player uses their agency over the story to instead write the prologue to the lives of the Special Defense Unit. The SF route turning the objective into having the characters escape the narrative is exemplified in the two endings the route has where everyone survives. One exists on an entirely separate timeline, the Mystery Route timeline, meaning the survivors from the Steady Fundamental route who join the Mystery Route survivors have escaped the narrative of the route they were placed on by our actions. The All 17 of Us ending that remains on the Steady Fundamental path instead features the destruction of Last Defense Academy as a capstone for the route. Destruction of the school is directly tied to escaping the narrative through it being featured in the game's full title, 100 Line Last Defense Academy, establishing the warbase as an integral item to 100 Line's narrative and the story and game's continuation. Up until then, we've majorly sidestepped the role of the player in 100.
Okay, one, I like how he finally comes back to using gameplay footage again. It's literally the same fight he just keeps using over and over again. Why the fuck is it blurred?
100 Line.
I had one fight,
goddammit! The themes of the game through decision-making, only to highlight the access to these same tools from within the title that are awarded to its cast. We've also explored the idea of the mysterious woman in the Steady Fundamental route, who acts as an outsider to the cursed cycle, standing in for a player unable to literally enter the game themselves, utilizing the same skill set of world-building knowledge and thematic understanding to steer the course of Steady Fundamental onto the happiest path. The woman, in essence, exercises the same muscles that the required reading of routes tied to Steady Fundamental story locks do too, granting the player a level of world knowledge that allows for Takumi and Hiroko to travel at a pace that cannot afford to explain QB liquid, gear parasites, or omega material. Steady Fundamental does not present itself as a final route for 100 Line despite this. There are questions it leaves unanswered that have conclusions found in alternative routes.
It has a lot of questions that are left unanswered that's not explained in any route.
While certain endings undeniably fall into the category of bad endings with premature failure states, each path 100 Line allows the player to take offers substantial and valid conclusions to 100 Line's grander plots and the arcs of characters that receive attention, thematic or otherwise, along these stories. Existing outside the bounds of the game, the player holds a level of authorial power over 100 Line that the internal cast does not, as previously.
That's literally every, the player having control of the player doesn't have control over the cast, because again, the player's under control of the writer. I'm just gonna, this isn't exactly what he's going to say, or he's talking about, but there's something that pisses me off in any discussion involving when analysis gets really meta. Like, I remember a point, like, someone talking about, like, Undertale, and it was like, oh man, the characters understand that you have the time powers, and they're unable to do anything as you use your time powers to exploit them. The problem is, when you lean on the fourth wall, you knock it over. And when you knock it over, the characters aren't real. Every character in that story is an idea written by the writer. The characters aren't real. You're not talking to the characters. You're in the discussion's not between the characters, it's between the writer. When you knock down the fourth wall, the wall comes down. When you lean on the wall comes down. And like, you can't play like man, you're playing meta, but you have more control than the characters. The characters aren't real.
And characters existing within fiction, the SDU are going to make the same decisions over and over again, with motivations and reasonings founded in their established beliefs. An intention brought to our focus through them being designed in-universe for this very purpose, as we learn in the second scenario route. While the game invites the player to make decisions that they would personally choose through providing equal value to each option in the decision-making process, in terms of screen space, preceding dialogue, and predisposition for non-immediate outcome resolution, which create prolonged investment. Takumi Samino's constant self-doubts push the player to return to the flowchart following an ending to seek out an alternate path. 100 Line further presses the player to experience multiple endings and follow different decision paths through the use of a story lock system for the mystery and SF routes.
So, like a tiny
Through
part of it.
engaging with this form of play, the player discovers the nature of their authorial role through the tonal and thematic shifts between alternate routes.
You're not authorial role. You're just picking choices given to you by the writers. Like, the player has no control over this. They're just exploring, okay, like, if you make a big open field and let the player walk around in it, the player doesn't have authorial control over what they see. They're just exploring the map that was provided to them. The player is not an author here. The player is just an explorer. They're exploring a story that has been written and the routes that have been written by someone else.
Decision-making opens the avenue of communication between the player and game to accept the messaging from the player. 100 Line interprets the player's decisions and outputs a story that is relevant to that decision. Summarizing again our understanding of the Cult of Takumi route, the player sends a message to 100 Line through choosing Takemaru as the sacrifice. Then the game interprets this message as, I want a story that explores masculinity.
No! I've already bitched about it. I can't continue. Like, you're stupid. Alright, I'm sorry. Like, this guy, again, this guy's put so much work into this fucking narrative. This guy's put so much work into it. I don't want to be a fucking asshole. But no one, in any capacity, picked Takemaru because they wanted a story about masculinity or something like that. There's no through line to that outside of working backwards from a narrative analysis standpoint. Like, it's just, that is not the conversation being addressed to you right now.
Based on 100 Line's own understanding of what it means to remove Takemaru from the plot. 100 Line then returns to the traditional method of sharing story until the next decision point, providing the player with an experience that meets their request without accepting changes or feedback.
I'm gonna bitch about this a bit later, but you know what something he's talking about here? Let's listen to how he explains this.
Then returns to the traditional method of story that explores masculinity, based on 100 Line's own understanding of what it means to remove Takemaru from the plot. 100 Line then returns to the traditional method of sharing story until the next decision.
I think it's like a little before that.
Opens the avenue of communication between the player and game to accept the messaging from the player. 100 Line interprets the player's decisions and outputs a story that is relevant to that decision. Summarizing again our understanding of the Cult of Takumi route, The player sends a message to 100 Line through choosing Takemaru as the sacrifice. Then the game interprets this message as, I want a story that explores masculinity, based on 100 Line's own understanding of what it means to remove Takemaru from the plot. 100 Line then returns to the traditional method of sharing story until the next decision point, providing the player with an experience that meets their request without accepting changes or feedback, whether the player was aware of how their message would be interpreted or otherwise.
Okay, so he's like pointing, he's like, yeah, this is what the game's doing, even though it's not, that's not actually a conversation happening, but the player just doesn't know that. Like, it's like, you're the player doesn't understand doesn't understand what the verbal agreement was, but I understand it, but the player doesn't understand it. Yeah, he's acting like the games he's talking. He's acting like he's. Yeah, you're right. He's acting like he's putting in a prompt in an AI model and not playing a visual novel. But the point I want to bitch about is one thing he's talking about is the player's interaction with the game is only within this like visual novel standpoint. One thing I'm going to be bitching about a bit later is you notice how he has not, in any capacity, in the almost 4 hours we have experienced this, he has not talked about how the player has engaged with the game in any capacity beyond making choices in the visual novel section. He has not in any capacity discussed not just how the player interacts with the game itself, but how the game presents the information he has spent 4 hours talking about. I will bitch about this more at the end because I want to see if maybe he says something that will throw a wrench into my bitch fit at the end of this fucking video.
When Veshness explores the possibility of going back and how that seemingly informed Takumi's decision-making that led to the Veshness route, she fails to accurately interpret that an existence from beyond the scope of her comprehension could always go back. The moral imperative that Veshness raises, to stand by one's own decisions and to push forward with their will, cannot apply to the player within the scope of their experience with 100 Line. The player, of course, is far from omnipotent. Each point of decision-making is premeditated by 100 Line's alternative authors, who coded, wrote, drew, and published 100 Line. To move our scope smaller, the decisions a player makes at these points must be passed through the game itself, through the language tools of often binary choices the player has access to. Misinterpretation of these can lead to dissonance between decision and outcome. While the player may choose to hide Nozomi's secret from the group, this doesn't necessarily mean they want to approach a story of acceptance and community as the
Yeah, it's almost like your entire analysis is fucking stupid. Oh, it's almost like my entire point is dumb.
following coming-of-age route will provide, something 100 Line cannot interpret.
But I'm sorry, 100 Line can't. Let me listen to this again.
This too. Move our scope smaller, the decisions a player makes at these points must be passed through the game itself, through the language tools of often binary choices the player has access to. Misinterpretation of these can lead to dissonance.
Well, it's a misinterpretation. I want to draw attention to that fucking line.
Between decision and outcome. While the player may choose to hide Nozomi's secret from the group, this doesn't necessarily mean they want to approach a story.
He is phrasing this as a mistake on the player's end. He is interpreting this as when you're given a choice between sharing the Zomi's secret or not, you are not thinking about the actual complications and issues that would arise from giving that information and like having people turn against her or holding that information to avoid people going against her or something like that. How you're not thinking about that. You're thinking, man, I really want a coming of age story out of this that thinks about community and fellowship and camaraderie. And if I think about it in the first way, I'm misinterpreting what the game is trying to ask me with that decision. This is what I'm trying not to be too hyperbolic here. I am being hyperbolic, but I'm trying not to be too hyperbolic with just how fucking stupid this fucking approach is. That he has locked himself in the equivalent of an echo chamber, and he is no longer perceiving the game as a normal person would. That like this is not, and then he's interpreting a conventional idea of what you would think this choice would convey as a misinterpretation on the player's side.
Of acceptance and community as the following coming-of-age route will provide. Something 100 Line cannot interpret.
Something 100 Line can't understand that the player is stupid and is not seeing this choice as... 100 Line can't deal with, you know, its viewer not having enough media literacy to understand that this decision is supposed to represent this thing that has literally nothing to do with the decision you're making right there.
In order for the player's authorial will to be enacted upon 100 Line, the game communicates our wants through decisions. But beyond this, our decisions are communicated through protagonist Takumi Samino, with the exception of when Nozomi Kirafuji takes over this role in the slasher route following Takumi's supposed death. This layer of phrasing provides the player with a sort of cultural language guide that helps us understand what any given decision might communicate back to 100 Line. Framing the decisions through Takumi removes the arbitrary nature of these decisions in a way that allows the player to understand potential outcomes and reactions from 100 Line's world and cast. Sidestepping the issue that role-playing games often find in presenting tone, that is to say, the truncated dialogue synopsis for ongoing dialogue trees, often used for avatar characters, failing to bridge the gap between the player's expectation of outcome and actual delivery. The decisions we make in 100 Line are tied to a character with personal and explicit motivations and beliefs, runs into an alternative issue instead.
Why did he
How can all these options...
I'm sorry. Why the fuck did he use
100 Line...
He is playing on normal, but it's like, why did you use a desperation attack to have her shoot that direction when you could have just spring trapped her to like here and then had her shoot this way instead?
Tied to a character.
I know it's hard to see because he blurred the screen for no fucking reason, but like
personal and explicit.
Like why not move her here face down instead of here face sideways? You do like significantly less damage. Like he could have gotten an AP from killing that guy. You should have been here facing down.
Alternative issue instead.
I've invalidated your entire analysis video on this one tactical decision you made.
Beyond aiming to explore the player as an existent guiding force within 100 Line's story. A concept 100 Line seems entirely uninterested in, as it equalizes player choice value through granting meta tools to the cast, and explicitly paints the player as an active force, not a guiding one, through the mysterious lady in Steady Fundamental. Let's further nest ourselves in this brief departure from the second scenario analysis.
Okay, why did he do a transition that removed the blur just to bring the blur back?
Guiding one through the mysterious lady in Steady Fundamental. Let's further nest ourselves in this brief...
Why did he add this, like, PowerPoint transition where the screen's unblurred and then it goes back to being blurred again? Like, why is the screen blurred?
Scenario analysis to briefly explore Takumi Samino's character further and see how 100 Line approaches this idea of dissonance between character and decision.
Why? He's gotten so bored he's just using his B footage from Tokobot again. Come on!
So far, discussion of Takumi Samino has focused on the character flaws and failures.
Why did he get bored and just recycle his Tokobot footage?
Through Cult of Takumi and Slasher, where Takumi's loss of control over himself and his situation sees Takumi either shy into himself at the cost of the agency of others, or allow distrust and chaos to grow within Last Defense Academy.
If only I recorded more than one fight! If only I recorded more than one fight!
The obstacles the school presents grows to encompass the very traits that have infected it and reveal himself as the killer all along. Playing victim as often as Gaku along routes, comedy and otherwise, Takumi often serves as a passive agent for the wills of others. Sumino's approach to his own goal of reaching day 100 with everyone alive, particularly Nozomi, is platformed by a tendency to appease each member of the SDU around him, emphasized through the narratively looping structure of Route Zero, where Takumi must convince members of the SDU to fight individually through understanding them. And
if he put a minute of gay porn on the screen, that would be very funny. I'd laugh.
Providing them objects of their desire from the gift-o-matic. The sway that Takumi's classmates hold over his whims are accentuated by how Takumi reaches the conclusion to return at the end of 100 Line's first playthrough. Takumi only feels comfortable taking this approach after determining what each other member of the SDU would do in this situation. While some are opposed to the idea of returning to the beginning, enough of Last Defense Academy's first story survivors hold regrets within themselves that Takumi is spurred into action and determines to take an active role in shaping a better future. What the player helps Takumi decide is what this better is, or if it is even possible for such a future to come to fruition. The focus of the beginning of his relationship with Veshnes in her own route, Doubt, is, again, a highly significant piece of Sumino's characterization that holds its foundations in his inability to grapple with the breach of normalcy that 100 Line's introduction broaches, and following this, the doubt and confusion that come from Eito's betrayal during Sumino's first 100 days. Where Eito previously took the role of helping Sumino make decisions and providing confidence in these choices, his absence and betrayal leaves Takumi in a position where the failure and success of any given decision rests entirely on his own shoulders. Takumi's selfish worldview is emboldened across 100 Line by his sharing of now dubious knowledge of the future, a position that grants him de facto leader status across many of 100 Line's routes. When Takumi keeps his time travel to himself, Hideko instead elects Takumi leader using her own knowledge of his time travel to continue to place Takumi in a situation where he has increased agency over his peers. The more detrimental effects this position has on Takumi's psyche has been bored into relentlessly in our prior discussions of Cult of Takumi.
Game was better with console wars? I disagree. I console wars were funnier. But I gaming now, like, people say AAA is like so dead, and it's like AAA is like a gaming is in a bad state. Like, cocksucker, gaming is like in the best state it's ever been in now, with like how big indie is now. Like, anyone can just basically make any fucking game now. AAA isn't, you could say AAA is in a bad state, but like the people who would make those like low budget like PS2 games and stuff like that back in the day, those exist. Those continue to exist. You just find them on Steam. You can find like AA or even like single A level games being introduced all the fucking time now. I wouldn't say like I'm not having a fucking discussion if gaming is woke. I'm not having a fucking discussion about that. But I'd say gaming is in a better spot now than it has ever fucking been.
The immense weight of Takumi's self-applied expectations, which become reflected in other people's attitudes towards him across 100 Line, positively in second scenario with the unification of the SDU behind Takumi, and negatively in Killing Game as presented in his feud with Takamaru, again surfaces the very doubt that has plagued Takumi since Sirei tore apart his normal life in the prologue. Where Takumi's own doubt ends is with his peers. Being the least distrustful and most willing to forgive Eito was far from the greatest extent of this. The Box of Blessings and Calamity routes approach the idea of trust through Takumi and Gaku's relationship specifically.
It's hard on for Gaku's back. Thankfully, this will at least not be an hour.
I don't want this.
Gaku tends to interact with the SDU adversarially. Not content with simply punching up at Kurara, Gaku argues with each member of the SDU to a much greater extent than they do amongst each other, forming a game-spanning distance between him and Ima Tsukumo, whose own objectives keep him separate from the rest of the SDU. Ima's distaste for Gaku, and vice versa, becomes a recurring gag across many of Hundred Line's stories. Gaku further sows distrust with the women of the Special Defense Unit through his lecherousness. When the SDU agrees to have a pool party in the leisure lounge, allowing Gaku's love for fashion to intersect with the anime pervert archetype thrust upon him in routes more willing to utilize trope, we see Gaku earn the ire of Hundred Line's women through the creation of personalized swimsuits that are unseen, but suggested to be highly provocative. Discontent with letting Gaku simply fulfill this stereotype, Hundred Line mandates players will recognize that Gaku's penchant for deep personal involvement in these group celebrations doesn't stop when the chance to objectify women is afoot. While far less aggrandizing, Gaku also prepared unique swimsuits for the male cast, implied to be the very ones we see in the pool party scene. While Gaku's own assumptions about himself and how others view him, as heard in the Box of Blessings route and seen manifest in the comedy route, create barriers and distrust between him and a majority of the SDU, we contrastingly see Gaku willing to trust others and devote himself entirely to them. During the relationship testing slasher route, Gaku's faith in the reliable Tsubasa, whose actions have consistently pushed the SDU towards overcoming the ordeal, runs so deep that Gaku's own inadequacies leading to her death send Gaku into a madness.
Again, this is just like he's jumping through a lot of hoops to justify one bit where he becomes obsessed with Tsubasa. And again, this is a very short bit. It's been a while since I've done it. It's been months since I fucking did this section. But it's like, it's not anywhere near as deep and complicated as he's trying to spell it out to be for this. Where it's just like, all of a sudden, he just becomes obsessed with Tsubasa within 5 minutes. Just so they can have that one shot of zombie Tsubasa attacking him. Like, that's it. That's all that was for. This is not a deep, complicated setup for this. It's very arbitrary, which is why he is never obsessed with Tsubasa in any other circumstance for the rest of the fucking game, in any other route done by any other writer.
Spiral of despair that leaves him jumping into the arms of a zombified Tsubasa in a fit of sudden onset insanity. Gaku's
See, even he can't spin it. Listen to that again.
Send Gaku into a maddening spiral of despair that leaves him jumping into the arms of a zombified Tsubasa in a fit of sudden onset insanity.
Sudden onset insanity. Even he can't spin this as being anything other than arbitrary.
Gaku's idolizing friendship of Takumi is where these ideas truly come to a head. Not only is Takumi the only one Gaku is willing to confide in and confess to, as seen in Boxes of Blessings, but the very act of defaulting to Takumi,
And as seen in Boxes of Blessing, which is the only time, because it's the only route that in any capacity spends any time trying to focus on Gaku. Same thing with, that's one thing the Boruto man tried to push harder on. I don't remember exactly which routes he did. Because I remember I know someone wrote that stuff down, but like I know someone was bringing it up a few times, like specifically the routes. I think he did Rebellion. But like one thing he seemed more interested in was focusing on characters who didn't have that much focus in the first place. He focused on Commune, who outside of Killing Game, which was mostly spent like a joke for Killing Game, like Rebellion was like the only route that like kind of like really focused on Commune at all. And then Box of Blessing focused on Gaku and Shoma, who are characters who were mostly relegated to their single bit over and over again, and were generally left at the wayside. Partially, to put it bluntly, because they're men, and because they're men, they could not write a romance route with them like they could with the girls, and because of that, they couldn't justify them having a serious focus in another route. So she shows. No, that's not technically. She shows up in Ava route as well. Commune shows up 3 times. She shows up in Killing Game. She shows up in Ava, and she shows up in Rebellion. But her appearances in the other 2 are like her appearances in terms of like her as a character. I think it only really shined in Rebellion. Killing Game, she was more like a side character and an excuse for Nozomi to not be a romantic interest. And Eva, she was just there for to kind of flesh out Eva, not actually be much of a character. But the point basically being is he mentions like in Box of Blessings, like it's like an example of many. It's like the only example, and it's the only example because Boruto Man was one of the only people who had any fucking interest in fleshing out Gaku or Shoma at all.
He runs counterintuitive to what is otherwise understood about Maruko. Gaku Maruko explicitly strives for independence, not to escape his large family of dependents, but instead to more successfully provide for them. Where Takumi can be understood to be highly selfish in his devoted, selfless cause and return, Gaku presents an enlightening inverse with relation to his own family. Evidence of this inverse lies in how Gaku's constant reference to himself and desire for escape from his own suffering runs counterintuitive to 100 Lion's gifting system. In order to access unique bond events with the cast, affinity points must be earned during free time by giving them gifts from the Gift-O-Matic. Each student has a list of 10 gift items that consist of their favorites. Gaku Maruko's favorites include a snack selection for little kids. This goes from a minor to major indicator for Gaku's attachment to the well-being of his younger siblings, when layered with the consideration that Gaku doesn't like sweet foods. Gaku centers his actions around himself because he sees himself as someone who ought to provide for those around him.
That's a good
In his final Bond event, Gaku compares himself to his foster parents.
Well, isn't he also his other thing is like money though? His idea is like, yeah, he does provide, but I think like some of his other gifts don't 100% fall into that. What I mean was, I'm curious. Let's see. What were the gifts? Wait a minute. What the first thing on the community guides now is a mod for reduced grunting. Someone made a mod for going into the fucking dub lines and just removing all the grunting sounds out of the 23,632 files containing voice clips. I picked the top 5,000 smallest files and removed them, assuming most of them were grunts. This results in some actual voice lines being missing. He did that. No, it's not 5,000 grunts. Like, let's be blunt. What happened was, because one thing, if you actually watch the footage, they do make a lot. There's like a lot of grunting noises they make. It didn't bug me that much, but like every time I streamed, I consistently heard like at least someone. No, Sparty bitched a lot about the grunting sounds. I think Bang also bitched. I know there's a few people who bitched about the grunting sounds as well. But what he did was he just literally deleted the 5,000 smallest audio files, Georg, and assumed because the files were short, they were probably grunts. He only cut some of the, he apparently cut some actual lines out of the game. I'm not saying this is a good mod. I'm just saying it's really fucking funny. It's really funny that I just stumbled into that when I was just trying to check what Gaku's fucking gifts were. What were Gaku's gifts? Gaku's gifts was, he wanted a gold bar, festival goods, snack selection, sexy magazine, walk, folktale compilation, promo campaign sticker, winner ice cream stick. I don't think that fits exactly as well as he wants to say. Because that would be like, I don't know if festival goods were sweet, but one of them is snack selection. That fits his thing. Winner ice cream stick fits his thing because it's literally a free ice cream. In other words, it's like since he's cheap and frugal, that's free food. The walk represents, like, cooking for other people. Like, festival goods, I think this is like a sexy magazine is just him. Gold bar is just wealth. Folk song is just him. And then I think program campaign sticker is just free stuff. So in other words, I don't think this plot beat works nearly as well as he's trying to pretend it is. Because he's only looking at like 2 of the items. There's 10 gifts, and he's only... His little line, look at his exact quote again on this.
It doesn't like Sweet's youngest. This goes from a minor to major indicator for Gaku's attachment to the well-being of his younger siblings, when layered with the consideration that Gaku doesn't like sweet food. Siblings' affinity points must be earned during free time by giving them gifts from the Gift-O-Matic. Each student has a list of 10 gift items that consist of their favorites. Gaku Maruko's favorites include a snack selection for little kids. This goes from a minor...
Again, like a snack. So yeah, he says that, like, he gives the impression that, like, that's like a big thing. That's literally 1 item. That's 1 item out of 10. And he's trying to act like that's like a major thing for him. It's 1 item out of 10.
Maruko's foster parents work just as hard as him, but never complain. Gaku intends to use his reward for making it to day 100 to let them rest. This demand to provide for others by himself is what creates such significance in the trustees willing to devote to Takumi. Gaku
still have an
prides
hour.
himself on providing for others, but is willing to pass the role of the leader who protects everyone onto Takumi, which plays a significant part in their friendship. This idea comes to a head in the Box of Blessings route, where Takumi's final decision, along the path that contains Gaku's confession of his personal anxieties. Takumi must choose to either trust Gaku in his plan to stop Eito from having his own wish granted, or to instead step in himself.
We already did this.
Opting not to trust Gaku leads to an unfulfilling scene where Takumi utterly fails and questions why he has even allowed himself to doubt Gaku in that way. 100 Line is more than willing to reward Gaku's devotion to Takumi and their mutual trust beyond this singular ending, siding with Gaku in the Box of Calamity route regarding his superstitions around the supernatural, after guiding the story away from such concepts, presents a bizarre bucking of the trend for 100 Line. Going back on your previous decision usually results in unfavourable outcomes, yet siding with Gaku here leads to the greatest possible survivor count from this point of divergence.
But doesn't actually resolve the problem because infected Nozomi G is still active and can just kill everyone later, and also can infect the satellite. So he's trying to act like the survival count is higher, but it's still a terrible ending because Nozomi G is still a fucking thing that hasn't been resolved.
Gaku and Takumi's friendship transcends the route of the boxes. When Takumi retreats into his own mind thanks to Sirei's mental probing that constitutes the playful tale of the casual route, Gaku is the first character conjured to Takumi's mind in his stupid state. Should the player choose to keep Takumi trapped within the light-hearted false memories Sirei has created by altering his perception, then Gaku again is where Takumi first centers himself.
Meanwhile, back to
like
Tokobot,
through Takumi's time,
in the same footage of Tokobot, he's looping again!
His willingness to learn from and understand Ava across the Ava and Killing Game routes creates the sympathy that helps Takumi either defect from the SDU or find a way to repair the escape pod. The bond he forms with Game Master Moko across the romance route allows Takumi to divulge his own feelings in a way that lets Moko divulge character studies of Takumi, his romance partner at the moment, and the two's dynamic individually in a way that remains unjarring to the reader, regardless of how expository it truly is. In the way that Takamaru is a character guided by ideals, and Nozomi is a character guided by her past, Takumi Samino is a character who is guided by his bonds, reflected most directly in the consequences Eito's absence has on the story during routes where he is killed on day 2. Takumi's deep devotion to each member of the SDU, the exception of everything bad that passed through Nozomi, justifies each decision he makes one way or the other. To kill Eito on day 2 is to push for the friends who won't betray him. To not trust Gaku on Box of Blessings is to accept how the rest of the SDU see him. 100 Lines gameplay speaks for itself here. Takumi gains a new passive after returning to Day 2, dealing increased damage for each member of the SDU that has fallen in battle so far this round. Takumi seeing himself unable to protect.
It's kind of funny. That's like the first time he's talked about gameplay in like actual mechanical gameplay in 4 hours.
Even a single member of the SDU for but a moment is enough to push Takumi beyond his limitations with a cumulative buff that warps 100 Lines tactical combat into a Takumi spanfest in the centralizing overpowered nature of this new gimmick.
And you still say Takumi isn't S. And he's trying to act like that's like that warps the combat into this overpowered thing. Like the combat was super tactical before this. Like you weren't just killing the boss. Like you weren't able to just one round fucking Ito without this. Like you weren't able to do 100 damage in 1 round before this. Like come the fuck on. Meanwhile, back at the same fight against Double Meshness
is a character whose devotion to his classmates is so all-encompassing it breaks down 100 Lines strategic gameplay, presents the missing link in communication between the author of the game and the author of the player. 100 Line emulates this need for understanding of communication by tying the agency of the player to the destruction of the language barrier between the Futurans and the Special Defense Unit. Absorbing Veshness's cryptoglobin at the end of Route 0 grants Takumi the ability to both understand her and the invader trash mobs that wail out in suffering. The cryptoglobin energy Takumi returns with on his trip back in time to Day 2 expands this increased ability for communication outwards to the rest of the SDU. At the same time that 100 Line is willing to provide the player control over Takumi's decisions, it grants the SDU the capability to understand their opponents. For the SDU, this is a rewarding of the knowledge garnered through the upcoming and forever ongoing cursed cycle. Each SDU member has defied humanity in their war and understood the actions of the Futuran commanders countless times by the time the player first learns the first commander, Mervrim's, name. For the player, the game is willing to trust them to understand what each of its truncated versions of each decision means to Takumi. While most decisions wear their thematic consequences on their sleeve, for the player to truly understand where this will take the game, they need to imagine how Takumi would justify coming to this same conclusion. When this seems impossible, bad endings like Retsnom's early ones come to fruition. Takumi would never willingly endanger the SDU by raising Retsnom outside of someone's body, especially when his—
Hey, that's not true on me. I would be in significantly less pain if I was watching paint dry for 5 hours, alright? That is not the same result. Come on.
His own flesh is available. Yet, we've come to discuss this idea through a dive into 100 Line's expectations. First, decisions that are incongruent with choices Takumi could reasonably make without outside prompting lead to dissatisfying and abrupt endings. See Box of Blessings' disappointing The Value of Trust ending, or the sudden stop of narrative development upon beginning the serial battles route by rejecting Shion's wish to join the SDU. More challenging, however, is the exception presented at the end of second scenario.
Are we still in SF? No, still.
As we briefly touched upon second scenario's final decision,
his conclusion is like
or allow the
his conclusion's like 40 minutes.
Exists outside the bounds of Takumi. To reiterate, second scenario strips the SDU of the markers of their identity. By the time day 100 rolls around, each member of the Special Defense Unit has had their entire history relegated to simply 100 days. 200 in Takumi's case. The past has been taken from the cast through the reveal that their backstories were all fake, removing the basis for their ideals and the consequential decisions they make. Their futures have been destroyed by Veshness's bad-ending missile. And the reveal that their fight is a war of invasion where they are the aggressors against a group of people they were spawned from leaves the SDU bereft of any moral ground to stand upon. This strips the SDU of their identity. They lose the ability to be or become humans, and see themselves as ostracized from Futurans, where 100 Line's other Day 100 choices often devolve into tests, where choosing an option more closely tied to the root's ideas leads to a satisfying conclusion, and the alternate path simply leads to further death and turmoil. Second Scenario instead offers two true alternate conclusions to the player in its final step, a feat it achieves by removing the agency of its cast and leaving the player entirely within the driver's seat to do what they will with the knowledge Second Scenario has provided them. The decision then lies with how the player will treat Nozomi. Defying Sirei leaves Nozomi to carry on the legacy of the rest of the SDU as they all die in the process of stopping the Undying Flame's missile attack from launching. The cutscene following this shows the last human finding peace with some cloaked Futurans, signaling the birth of a new future where the ideals and morals Nozomi's friends fought for persevere through Nozomi. A player unwilling to give their agency and will to Nozomi can instead remain subservient to Sirei. Each SDU member survives, but has their memories wiped. With both humanity and Futurans gone, it is now the SDU's job to return flourishing sapient life to the planet. Sirei uncomfortably singles out Nozomi here as the last living true human. This reset route path contrasts Second Scenario's ending by having Nozomi carry on an impersonal will of a dead people from her past in a way that objectifies her in the same way the rest of the Special Defense Unit already has been. Granting Nozomi the capability to tell the stories of the SDU in Second Scenario elevates her to the level of authorial agency and potential the player has in a narrative we pass on, as Takumi does too. Nozomi is granted this privilege through her position as outsider to the SDU, for the same reasons that Steady Fundamental presents the mandatory nature of the outside force. Nozomi's role as author, despite being an entirely thematic concept, is arguably foreshadowed by her litany of alternate character arcs centering around uncovering, recognizing, and moving beyond internally held biases alongside her literal rewriting of Takumi Sumino's artificial history through conversations she had with the growing homunculus in his test tube. Acquiring this agency supersedes any narrative ties it has to Cryptoglobin, where Takumi is granted the power to return to Day 2 and rewrite the 100 days so everyone may survive by absorbing the Cryptoglobin of Shion. Nozomi instead only carries the wills of the SDU in her memories, granted in a scene visually mirroring Nozomi's death in Route 0. The motivation that spurred Takumi still only came to fruition through powers granted by the narrative, whereas Nozomi's ability to overtake the role as author isn't tied to any fictional constructs, escaping the limits of the game by existing primarily beyond the ending she gains the power in. In this way, the path of the reset route becomes a choice not to relinquish control of the narrative, as the player's authorial power is limited only to the contents of the game. The player can only express this by being subservient to Sirei, a machine designed only to facilitate the events of Last Defense Academy. 100 Line responds to this request by presenting a story where the SDU have to live through Last Defense Academy again, this time without any of the violence or struggle that pushed them to grow and to develop before. Let's understand where this idea is leading us by returning to the premise of humanity and Futurum's war. Humanity intends to colonize Futurum. This comes from the destruction of their own world through ecological violence and apathy towards the environment around them. 100 Line presents the possibility of peace through the rebellion route, but in its vast multitude of paths that see one or both sides destroyed, we can understand peace as an option only spawned by the emergence of 100 Line's cast. 100 Line is also happy to call humanity's conquest unabashedly immoral, both in ends and means. The self-aware guilt of humanity forces them to hide their own intentions from the Special Defense Unit,
I don't
who
not
remain
really
in the
anything to say
dark for
right now.
most of 100 Line's runtime that spans all 100.
He doesn't have anything that's like super
endings.
objectable at the
The
moment.
reflections on Futurum's lack of major conflict in its history ties the ravaged cityscapes that the Special Defense Unit explores to the work of human weapons. Humanity's only hope of winning the war comes from an act of kidnapping that is only compounded in wrongness by the cultural and religious significance placed upon the baby titled The Second Coming. The answer to this problem is relinquishment. While it is too late to undo the damage they have done, 100 Line is content with humanity relinquishing its colonial approach to Futurum, and is happy for mutual peace to be found on an equal ground between the two groups. See Second Scenario and Rebellion Route. This is not the story that the player has any authorial control over, however.
Which is none of
This concept's scale extends far beyond the reach of any given individual. Being able to communicate with 100 Line by influencing the choices of Takumi Samino to alter the centered thematics doesn't present a healthy license to communicate and negotiate the necessary reparations humanity must make to be accepted onto this planet. The scale with which the player works with 100...
Yeah, it's fucked up. I should really have a choice on how much I owe. What gotta pay my reparations.
100 Line's narrative
I'm sorry, this
is suited to story's scale.
I'm sorry, this interaction just sounds really fucking silly. Whereas, like, I mean, the player doesn't have enough control over. The player doesn't have control over what reparations. What do they have to pay to have peace? Which again, that's because it's the player is not an author. It's the writer's decision to make this. The player doesn't make decisions that affect the story. The player makes decisions to see what stories have been written.
Individuals, not groups. Like humanity, the player must relinquish, in this case,
I do appreciate that he has managed to go this entire video without talking about Indians, though.
Agency to Nozomi, in order to create the foundations of an ending that doesn't strip the SDU of their experienced efforts. In brief, Second Scenario is asking the player to remember that some stories do have to end, to keep writing it over.
All stories literally end. Some stories have to end.
Of their experienced efforts. In brief, Second Scenario is asking the player to remember that some stories do have to end. To keep writing it over and over is to remove stakes and consequence, and to strip the shared created world of agency, meaning, and value.
Okay, so he's actually at the end? Okay, we have made it to conclusion. We're gonna make it together.
Let's briefly summarize each.
Also, anyone else who's watching this isn't me. You had the advantage of watching this, like, as white noise while you do something else. I can't. I have to sit here and watch this. I can't play a video game while I'm watching this. Because I would make noises.
We've looked at regarding 100 Line.
Like, even if I wanted to, like, grind in Daphne, you'd hear fucking clicking noises constantly. I actually have to sit here and be locked in watching this.
Each of its endings and paths have explored narrative, choice, and agency. To begin with, we understood through Moko's dialogue in the romance route and how the consequence of player decision works in 100 Line to create a set of rules where player decision is interpreted by the story and has direct thematic implications. Each decision the player makes is a communication with the game about what direction they want the story to take. Less in the literal sense, but more in terms of what kind of story they want. The Box of Calamity path only deals with the supernatural if the player chases the ghost. Otherwise, it was always a figment of Takumi's imagination. We then looked at how these same rules apply to the characters of 100 Line and their own ability to write the story. Gaku's own self-perceptions being reflected in how he is treated over text when the SDU gain access to texting devices in the comedy route serves as a direct case of this. Beyond the passive application, we see characters apply this idea actively when Kako's attempts to escape her overbearing brother lead to his death during the Ava fight. Kako chooses to create a story where her brother is the antagonist in his coddling, and he is resultantly killed by Kako's want for him to be removed.
The problem with that is, again, this is like probably misinterpreting what he's trying to say with this, but it's like, her like pushing Kako away and thinking that she's like she doesn't need him anymore, and then he like gets killed trying to protect her because she becomes, in a sense, more reckless, trying to be like as a counter for how much he's being coddled by her brother. She rebels and becomes overly reckless, causing him to sacrifice himself. That's not like her metatextually affecting the story. That's just a normal bit. That like, oh man, like you're being sheltered by your dad, and then the dad, like the kid's about to die, and the dad shields him and stuff like that. That's not like a unique concept of the kid metatextually writing the story. That's just a normal plot beat. That's trope. That's literally trope. And you said trope can't exist in the second scenario because we sacrificed Kyoshka to the trope gods. And we sacrificed Kara to the trope gods. And we sacrificed Dermy to the trope gods. So we can't have trope. Well, that was fucking trope. All right.
This path's Kako's story is to revolve around the communication between the siblings that has been lost in the breakneck pacing of 100 Lines battles following the first 100 days. Looking at characters possessing this same agency was significant to us at first because it allowed us to associate them with specific themes that they became representative of. If a route focused around a character, their associated theme would be increased in its relevance, and the removal of a character would create a void of those ideas that either needs to be filled, such as in Conspiracy and Cult of Takumi, or creates a space for a specific type of story to be told. Second scenario, Killing Game. This idea is grounded in the Paragon titles of the enemy commanders, whose mastery over these elements extends even into death to further antagonize the Special Defense Unit. It was then significant for us in the active as we looked at the steady fundamental route and the role of the external outsider woman who helps solve compounding problems in the two paths that lead to each member of the SDU surviving. The mysterious lady exerted a level of control over the narrative outside our understood bounds to create happy endings, which reflects how Steady Fundamental needs outside knowledge to create a path where every member of the SDU survives in the form of story locks. Understanding how active and passive wills and command over the narrative functioned within 100 Lines world led us to finally taking a look at the final decision of the second scenario route, the one where the communication barrier between Takumi and player is smallest, with Takumi drained of character and motivation by circumstances. Second scenario described a point when a player's authorial control should end, where the circumstances of the story no longer match the medium it's being presented in, or the methods through which control is offered to the player. Where exactly do all these ideas, all covered under the umbrella of agency and narrative, end up leading us? The Veshnes route was defined by Takumi and Veshnes's own relationship with doubt, how each of them cope with the role of leader and the position of leadership that grants them the privilege to make decisions not just for themselves, but for others. Where Veshnes remains self-assured in her path, venerating herself to the point of belief in herself as a god, Takumi remains racked by doubt as he views himself inferior or equal to those who his decisions affect. The player is intended to ride the middle ground here. Routes like Second Scenario ask the player to care and value these characters and their beliefs and ideals, even as each element of them is stripped away and the narrative continues to attack its own structure through exposing each piece of background as yet another fake. Yet these rug pulls and the ability to change paths at any time plants the story entirely in the realm of detached fiction. As someone
Every
given the
story is
privilege of writing
detached
100 Line,
fiction.
the game asks the player to care enough to make decisions that they believe in, ones whose outcomes will regularly either satisfy.
Oh, you have to make decisions you believe in. I thought you were making decisions specifically to have a meta story involving those exact topics that aren't even discussed in the decision. I thought I made the decision for dodging the guy with the circular saw because I wanted him physically removed from the story and all stakes removed so I could be in a comedy route. I thought that was my decision, not what I believed in. I'm sorry. That is like his fucking contrived working backwards on that pisses me off to no fucking end. And then he's gonna say I made choices I believe in. No, I'm sorry. I thought I was making choices specifically for the type of story I wanted, with the themes based on the choice of whether or not I want to dodge a circular saw or not, or kick the man with the circular saw.
The player, or challenge the preconceptions regarding 100 Lines' less metatextual themes. In the end, 100 Line asks the question of what it means to grant any individual a slice of an ongoing narrative, to shape and mold it in a direction they see fit. Do the many endings of 100 Line come to a collective conclusion about this concept? To begin with, they compound and layer the ideas that build into this question. Second Scenario tackles the idea of choice and understanding, shattering the illusion of narrative. Romance Route posits that regardless of how many endings the player gets, they will only remember and care about the ones that they considered significant. The Killing Game Route and Steady Fundamental Route invite the concept of the imagined destination, holding weight and value above the
I really want to see him try to justify serial battles for something. Please. The serial battles route, show me why I don't want to live anymore.
Journey that the player is given control over. When given so much choice, what matters is that the player finishes with an understanding and narrative state that lets them fantasize about the infinitude of choices beyond what a limited existing story can portray.
Or some fantasize about, like, the actual plot beats brought up by this story actually amounting and combining, consolidating in a satisfactory conclusion. That's what I spent most of my time playing this game, fantasizing about the fucking game actually having a satisfactory fucking resolution for all of its fucking plot beats. And you know what? I guess I'm still fucking dreaming.
Steady Fundamental and Second Scenario combine to even further suggest that a work such as this must be comprehended in its totality for a player to be satisfied with their choices. That real, good, and understood impact can only come from someone who has mastered the tools they have been given. The conclusions 100 Line is willing to come to with this massive question are sporadic dot answers to the wider question at hand, but can ultimately be passed into the following concept.
We're like 30 minutes, like 40 minutes away, Metroid. We still have 40 minutes left.
The granting of the role to author to the player or
but at this point, I think you notice how I don't think he still hasn't. I don't think he ever actually answered his own question. Did all this combine together, and he just didn't answer it?
Agency to play in a world until they stop understanding their assumption of it. Once they understand their own tools, they can truly communicate back to the author a tale that will leave them satisfied. In Universe, we see this through characters only finding their happy endings through reimagining their own biases. Hiruko needs to forego her desire to understand and control everything and embrace the chaotic slew of a full surviving roster to escape the cursed cycle and return in the future to create her happy tale. Nozomi's happy endings mandate her being deprogrammed from her desire to appease her dead mother and consequential devotion to humanity's conquest. Each ending that can be considered happy for Takumi involves overcoming the doubt of decision-making and accepting the consequences his actions hold.
Except for Cult of Takumi, where he actually attacks Earth and is happy in that route, which doesn't fit the narrative, but don't worry about it.
This happiness is artificial as a result of being devoured and replicated by Retsnom. On a more manageable level, 100 Line rejects the superficial happiness of completing a game and demands that a depth of understanding is where true satisfaction lies.
One more time! Can we hear that again?
Decision-making and accepting the consequences his actions hold, even if this happiness is artificial as a result of being devoured and replicated by Retsnom. On a more manageable level, 100 Line rejects the superficial happiness of completing a game and demands that a depth of understanding is where true satisfaction lies.
This game is just too smart for you. This game is too smart for you. It defies you giving you a satisfactory ending. And it expects you to appreciate the story it's telling and understand its brilliance. One more time.
Or manageable level, 100 Line rejects the superficial happiness of completing a game and demands that
the superficial happiness of completing a game. The superficial it rejects giving you the satisfaction of finishing a game. And the only satisfaction is writing 5-hour analysis videos on YouTube. This is how you get satisfaction out of the game, is working backwards to to squeeze blood from the stone. That is the 100-line experience.
Jesus. Depth of understanding is where true satisfaction lies. 100-line pulls back the curtain of authorship and lets the player take the reins in order to demand...
The player... I'm sorry, I keep pausing because the points has been made over and over again. The player is not in control. The player is not the author. The player is walking down paths written by someone else in exact terms with no flexibility or expression on your end. This is not a story the player carves. Unless it's like, at best, this is filling in a coloring book that has already been made for you. You are not drawing, you are filling in a coloring book. And the colors are already marked, so it tells you what colors to fill in, too. Like, it's like, the player is not an author, they are not sculpting the story, they are not making decisions that impact the story. They are exploring the routes written and developed and carved by the 20 fucking writers who are in different rooms from each other.
And this level of understanding is stumbled upon before being compartmentalized, understood, and finally applied.
Alright, time for the 30-minute epilogue.
Thank you very much for watching. If you've gotten to the end here and just don't necessarily agree with anything I've said, I think that's awesome and would love to hear about it.
Cocksucker.
It's been quite the long journey.
I'm not feeding your AGO
out
on your YouTube algorithm.
Hours down the drain talking about 100-line. I mean, there's a hell of a lot to say. I went over a fair bit of it in that short little 10-minute interlude just before. This one's also coming a little early. I haven't finished editing the visual side of the past 2 or so hours of content.
Oh yeah, because you had so much to edit. You had so much to edit.
October 31st, Halloween, and it's been, geez, wow, a very long time since my last...
Yeah, it's not over, Zarp. We still have 30 minutes of him prattling.
Upload.
We have 30 minutes of him prattling,
Zarp. Was back in January. Didn't expect for it to take this long, but hey, sometimes, you know, something is all-consuming like this. Speaking of all-consuming in the Bellatra video, I actually went back recently and listened to that.
How long is this Bellatra video?
Here with the little ad-lib, debrief, like cool-down summary.
How long is this Bellatra video? Place your bets in chat now.
A friend recently suggested I take another look, after I played it originally, at Virtue's Last Reward. The more I've been thinking about it, the more excited I am to go into a visual novel that has interconnectedness between its various routes. Hopefully that will be down the pipeline of essays I write very, very soon. I kind of remember where that one was going in the sort of drafting up process regarding the endings we don't see, the decisions we...
The problem with him, I'm curious about him doing Virtue's Last Reward, because the problem with analyzing Virtue's Last Reward now is the zero-time dilemma in the room. One, I think a lot of people's discussion of Virtue is seriously hampered because Virtue takes a lot of liberties with actually resolving things. It kicks the can. It kicks the can really fucking hard. And a lot of its beats are not properly conveyed, not properly resolved, because they're going to make another game. So, like, it's difficult to judge Virtue on its own now, because you have to look at Zero Time Dilemma, which was a fucking train wreck. Because a lot of the plot beats he kicked the can down for Zero Time just never happened. Like, several characters that were supposed to appear in Zero Time just don't. Because he wrote a check his ass couldn't cash. and it's such a train wreck. So if he's trying to do an analysis video, like, is he gonna actually try? I'm not watching his fucking analysis. I'm never watching this fucker again. But I'm curious if he would actually, like, try to just pretend like Virtue's Last Reward's its own separate thing. I technically don't need to watch the rest of this, but I'm curious if he's gonna say anything else about the game before I do my final bitching and moaning.
Don't make. There was going to be references to things like the Batman comic plotline, where it was up to user call-in vote as to whether Robin would survive or not. What it would be like if we could see the world where, which one is it? Jason Todd, where Jason Todd had lived. Not much of that DNA exists here in the 100-line one, other than, of course, the fact we talk about Virtue's Last Reward when we start talking about Steady Fundamental, because Kotaro Uchikoshi wrote both, and it gives us a good grounding. It's a fun little sort of intro to this idea of jumping across timelines and that, like, interconnected knowledge. Anyway, there's so much to say. There's a real temptation to just talk and talk, see if we can reach the 5-hour mark in this little grumbly bit, but look, we'll see. I'm just gonna go at it. There's a lot to talk about, both the video, the game, the future, the past, the present, and look, if it ends up being that long, I promise I won't just play Kane Woods Lab from Tokobot over and over again, as much as I love that track. Let's start with the video that we've just all sat through together, because, you know, I've listened to it over and over, I've read it, I've scripted it. It's a journey we took.
I'm not leaving a comment.
And
I'm not
part of that journey was me being very, very sick. I'm extra nasally across the recordings there because I was very sick at the time, but there was a evil beast inside me that wouldn't let it wait any longer. The second I was done writing, I had to start recording. Speaking of, this is also the first one with visual elements. This has been a pain. I hate it.
Oh, that's why he struggled so much. All of his other videos didn't even... This is probably all his other videos had, was just this little swirly line. And just adding any fucking footage was a fucking nightmare. Alright.
I'm working on a computer that is like an old dog waiting to pass on to the next life. This became a slog, not even an hour into the content, very slow. It's fine. I had fun with it regardless. Whatever I do next probably won't be as long, as much as I'd love it to be, as much as I'd love to do a 10-part, 10 hours each, 100-hour Homestuck deep dive or something. I'll keep it chill. I'll do something like...
Who's watching the 100-hour Homestuck video? That's not my problem. That's someone else's burden.
Bleach, maybe. Maybe a novel. Maybe I'll read a good novel, and I'll do one on that. Enough distractions though. Let's talk about 100-line a little bit. There's a whole lot we haven't talked about in the essay, but let's get superficial first. I want to do some rankings. You might have noticed if you ended up watching the summary section that there's little rankings in terms of like gameplay, but also my personal character.
Please, I want your explanation on why Kurora is S.
Letter-based rating
Please,
system.
I beg of you.
But you know, let's just do some top threes. Let's do some top threes. Top 3 character-wise for me, across all of them. I think number 3 is hard. I think number 3 for me is Darumi. I just really didn't expect her to be as entertaining and interesting as she was. So I
love her one bit over and over again.
If I was going to pick someone else, it would have to be Kyoshka. Kyoshka is just so bizarrely entertaining, but I don't think she quite makes...
This guy is like, no wonder that's it. He's a fucking Homestuck. He's a Homestuck loser. That's why he's completely enraptured by the characters who have the same stupid bit over and over again.
It's the top 3 cut, unfortunately. Also really wish I got to talk about her in this. Maybe we'll talk about that in a minute. Number 2, honestly, it might be Sire. I really liked Sire. I love the performance of both the English and Japanese for that character. A lot of the editing and recording of the audio and the visual side of this, respectively, in reverse, it was done while sipping gin and tonics from my Sire Yura glass, or Wobble glass, which I purchased while I was over in Japan. I went over to Japan halfway through my completion of this game for 10 days, spent it in Tokyo, great time, got some 100-line merch while I was there.
Cringe.
Part of that is the Sire Wobble glass. editing me, put a photo of the Serie Euro glass on the screen in this section so people know what I'm talking about.
How much money did you
Always
spend
wanted to
on
do
that?
Beseech alternate me in a video. That was fun. That was fun. But yeah, Serie as a character, loved it. I'm a big sucker for
It's
those
pretty
sort
gay
of
to suck Serie off.
paternal figures that have a lot of issues going on. You know, the bigger highlights for me anytime they do some new Evangelion stuff is what are they gonna do with Gendo? I love me some Gendo Ikari action. And Serie's a very different character, but same sort of role that I love. And I mean, number one, it's gotta be Gaku Maruko. I mean, come on, it's pretty obvious. I put the Gaku Maruko Power Hour in there. I love me some Gaku. I could genuinely do a several hour long video just on Gaku Maruko if I wanted.
Jesus
I don't want
fucking
to.
Christ.
I kind of want to a little, but I don't want to enough to actually do that. During the editing process for that first section on Gaku, very early into the video, about an hour in when we're talking about Gaku's own insecurities, manifesting when there's a way for them to exist in the world, I ended up sort of going into a Gaku Moe overload, if you will, and in a Haze commissioned art of Gaku being crying and pathetic and such.
Him just staring at you is
that's
fucked.
done by the time this ends up out there. I'll
That's a
probably
fucked
direct
mug.
to the artist who did it. Very excited for that. Follow me on social media. I'll probably retweet and shill it really hard when it arrives. But wow, what a character, Gaku Maruko. That guy is amazing. And it feels like a
character of all
disservice to
time.
all the other characters to have to exist.
I mean, this is his epilogue to his 5-hour video. He's allowed to ramble. I'm only listening to this because I want to see if he has anything interesting to say before I cut this off and yell a little.
In the same realm as my perfect little Chud son. Love that guy. But characters, schmaracters, what we're really here for, of course, is the routes. I think there's still a world where this video will be titled Analyzing Every Ending of 100 Line, even if that's not exactly an accurate look at how we sort of move through it. It's much more
also not even an
character-focused,
accurate
and then occasionally we
representation of
talk
the video
about
at
routes.
all.
And then other than that, it's just big thematic ideas. Once we get to the conclusion, of course, it's all about, like, going route by route as we look at where we've picked up these themes and such, so maybe I'll keep it. I think it's a very eye-catching title, and it kind of is correct in terms of what we're doing here. Before we even get to the top 3 rankings, I want to do a specific shout-out and honorable mention to the Ava route. Ava, I've already said, is a character we don't really get to talk about based on the direction we take. But Ava is Ava's own route. The Ava route is a route that also we don't really touch on sort of coincidentally, because it's mostly about Ava's character, and a lot of the things that I would talk about end up wrapped up in the Rebellion route discussion, as another route that focuses on Futuran civilians. But yeah, top 3 routes. I think we'll start number 3 off.
Top serial
with
battles.
a obvious sort of pick. Cult of Takumi. I mean, come on, is it not? It's the first one we talk about in proper depth. I mean, I guess we touch romance first, but
He
Cult of Takumi
loves
is
his
where our
toxic
depth starts.
masculinity. He
Amazing
loves it.
route. I loved the horror elements, especially when you try and get off it and they kill Nozomi. That was terrifying. And there's this real sort of awesome tonal whiplash where you go, oh my god, this is terrifying. And then immediately after, you end up in the Eito Aotsuki yaoi sex scene, which admittedly is a bit, you're like, ooh, problematic.
Ooh, problematic.
But a lot of that sort of discomfort at the moment of playing, this was one of the earlier endings I got. I'd only gotten, I think, 4 or 5 before I ended up going back and doing Cult of Takumi, but not intentionally, by circumstance.
Oh, by unintentionally, but I thought you would have picked Takamaru specifically because you wanted a story about toxic masculinity. What do you mean you didn't know when you were when you made that choice that was what it was leading to? What do you mean? That's clearly the choice you were obviously making when that was presented to you, as your 5-hour analysis discussed multiple times.
But one of the things is that before I started even playing the game, I think it was about a week before this CG got leaked, and there was a lot of hubbub about, finding it. A lot of that Luffy.
Everyone's gotta find the gay sex scene.
It's real.
We gotta find it. We gotta find it.
Etc. Very fun.
Wait, what was this
It's
line?
real. We gotta. A lot of that Luffy running off the cliff One Piece thing, like, it's real, we gotta find it, the treasure's hidden, etc. Very fun and interesting route. Not to be antagonistic, but it's kind of a guilty pleasure for me. I do like to consider the potential.
You know, he keeps bringing up the Cult of the Kumi route, like, constantly, relentlessly. But he never brought up the whole thing of, like, raping Nozomi. He never brings that up. He actually never brings up the branch that you actually go with it to the end. He never brings that up a single fucking time. Despite the fact he constantly talks about Cult of the Kumi. And every single time he talks about it, he always talks about the route when you try to get off. And they, like, kill Nozomi and he gets fucked by Ito.
Sure, 100-line player who gets the end of the first 100 days, and they're kind of, I hate to say it like this, but a stereotype of the Twitter-using Danganronpa fan, if you will.
Oh,
we know them and love them. No shade meant to be thrown, but I can imagine the way that these people are sort of stereotyped and present themselves as taking, like, a series of directions. They don't want to kill Ato because that's Kamida squared, and they love all of them are Kamida fanboys, Kamida fangirls.
Who the fuck is Kamida?
And from this, they end up telling people they're a time traveler, get on that second scenario path, and you end up at the point, the three-way sacrifice point that we go back to a whole bunch, because it's a great place to sort of look at decision-making in 100-line, where you gotta choose to sacrifice Kyoshika, Darumi, no, not Darumi.
Yeah, not Darumi.
Sacrifice Kyoshika, Takamaru, or Tsubasa. Tsubasa loops to Veshness, Kyoshika along the second scenario path, and it's just the idea of someone going, ooh, I'm gonna get rid of Takamaru, he's like a stinky man, I want my cute girls who I like, and then getting hit with the Cult of Takumi route, which is, you know, for lack of a better word, incredibly perverse. And just getting all these sort of, like, gross out, like, aero CGs that get worse and worse as they go. It's a guilty pleasure to imagine the fan who does that with, like, joy and then is left in horror at what they've arrived at. But
I
yeah,
can't.
the Takumi character.
He seems to not even realize the other branch exists. That's. I don't know. Does he know there was two choices for that route? Does he know? Does he know, chat?
This regression.
I don't think he knows.
Man-child, I love. I think it's one of my favorite interpretations of Takumi in terms of character regression, and across all the routes where he kind of loses his way. This is definitely my favorite, if maybe second favorite. I think it's my favorite. Number 2, that's got to be multiple Eidos. Multiple Eidos. Wow, I didn't actually get this one for a little bit. I had to get through second scenario, of course, and I was just moving backwards through them. So before multiple Eidos, I saw things like Ava route, Goodbye Ato, which is also very good, but eventually made my way back up the flowchart, got to multiple Atos, and ooh, my sort of big struggle with it initially was grappling with the fact that there isn't really a happy ending once you end up on multiple Atos. Talking about Cult of Takumi early on, we talk about how there are routes that kind of just don't have happy endings. It's true for Repsnom, it's true for multiple Atos, but it's not like they're bad endings. It's not like everyone dies, things suck. There's real meat to some of these endings, and the routes themselves are full of good juices, even ones as short as multiple Atos, which is just like 2 days after the split. That really, really juicy rivalry dynamic that Takumi and Ato have inside Takumi's head. I think this sort of close character work for them is probably where it's at its strongest. I do like a lot of the stuff in the original playthrough. The killing game dynamic when he takes over as the sponsor, I think, is really good. If a bit, Ato's a bit like super villainous, but not in like a fun, charming way. Best ending there for me, of course, was Endurance Match. Endurance Match was the last one.
Yeah, that's the best one. Killed himself 500 times.
Killing himself in various ways to try and get the pain to convince Ato to sort of give up and give Takumi control back of his body. But the ending, like, it doesn't work. At first, I was, like, really jarred by that. But I don't even mind it now. I think it's good. I think it's good. It's one of those few rare situations where I'm rooting for a character and am sort of upset if they lose, regardless of how much I was rooting for them. Most of the time, I'm okay with things not going my way. Hell, I even probably like it more than when they do. The only other one I can really think of, and even then I'm kind of okay with her losing, because I think it's awesome, is anytime I watch End of Evangelion, one of the few movies I've seen multiple times, because I've got friends who watch the series and like, we gotta watch the movie together. When, spoiler alert, obviously, Asuka loses to the mass-produced Avas, like, I'm always rooting for her, and it's a little bit sad, but oh my god, like, I just can't help but hope it changes this time I watch it a little bit.
I can't believe I've been spoiled
not much left to say
this
about
movie I'm never gonna watch.
It's a short route. It speaks for itself. If you're gonna watch, like, a playthrough of one route...
We still have 20 minutes left!
Multiple Atos, definitely one to pick. Great little character dynamic going on there. And finally, number one. I think the obvious sort of picks for number one across, you know, just about every player are going to be those sort of big, flashy ones that go to day 100 and there's a lot of plot stuff. I'm thinking Steady Fundamental, Mystery Route, probably even Killing Game. Second Scenario is the, like, sort of, that's the Nier ending D, Nier Automata ending D, ending E. Well, I guess Nier Replicant as well. But no, for me, it's gotta be Retsnom. Oh, just wow, amazing character work, iconic.
I fucking love Darumi.
One thing that sort of didn't come to fruition for me until I was already in the writing process was that idea I touch on of Retsnom's consuming information and how that plays into cosmic horror ideas, but also it's about a superficial consumption of this information. I think that is really interesting, and I wish that it branched into other routes a bit more. I think there was definitely room, not necessarily in her route, but in the character of Veshness as this sort of all-consuming god who sees power in many different ways to also superficially consume information, sort of play into that same flaw of the Retsnom. Enough route talk, enough of that. Well, that's what the whole video was for. Maybe I'll do a follow-up and I'll talk about every ending individually, and I really will analyze every ending.
Oh god, no!
That sounds really boring. Maybe I'll do it. That sounds boring but fun for me. I joked.
I'm not doing that. If he makes another video, I'm not watching it. I'm done. I'm done.
About a 10-part, 10 hours each, 100-hour Homestuck deep dive. It's been on the mind because I said to some friends while working on this that a lot of this active-passive stuff of influencing the narrative felt like reconstructing Homestuck? Reconstructing
Missing, you're doing the 100-hour Homestuck video. That's your job.
I will say, it's fun and easy to map the characters of this
I am
game
transferring that
I
responsibility.
feel like a couple of my decisions would kill some
dictating
people.
on high.
Ato Bard of Blood and Veshness Lord of Hope, I think, are nice and easy picks that no one will complain about. I found it really difficult to do certain bits of this video. I feel like I was sort of having to straddle a middle line.
Yeah, I'm using my medals.
Prior knowledge.
I gotta give me a second here. How do I do this again?
These people know nothing about 100 Line, just because it is very expansive and slightly more niche title, even if I think it's probably the contender for Game of the Year, or at least in the running. There's a world where this was 2 parts, 15 hours, just because I decided, you know what, we gotta slow down. We've gotta move through these routes at a slower pace, talk about these characters. I skip over parts where Gaku sort of just in your face says, I am scared that people talk behind my back. Like, he does it like 5 times. I don't have time to slow down and get all that evidence on screen, and this is especially true for certain characters that have a lot of dialogue that's about things we talk about. Hiroko comes to mind. I should probably mention these sections are optional. You don't have to listen to this. This is all bonus content. This is like the DVD extras. What are you still doing here? I don't really know which direction I want to be pulled in for the next one. I hope it comes out a lot sooner than the 9-month gap between Balatro and 100 Line. Personally, I've got a hankering, I've got a feeling it's going to be Bleach. It might be Tsukihime. That one will be more of a critical look, more reviewy than analysis, though. But hey, I thought
this is important, alright? This is gonna be funny, eventually.
Instead it was this, and Virtue's Last Reward got subsumed by this wonderful title. Back on topic. things that are in this game that I glossed over, either because they weren't relevant or I didn't really feel qualified to speak on them, if that even makes any sense. Ava felt like an impossibility to talk about.
There you go. I finally gave myself my own badge. I am now the meta tool. TM.
Intensive narrative that it felt sort of out of my realm to discuss with Sanctity. It's been genuine years since I've engaged with colonial narratives.
Also, if any of you fuckers who don't have badges, if you want a badge, just let me know. I can give you any fucking badge you want.
Even if it felt particularly relevant to the discussion, the sort of surface glide we take to those themes in 100 Line felt more appropriate for where I currently am at with that knowledge and topic. Kyoshka, don't ever talk about Kyoshka. Here's my Kyoshka thoughts. She's very funny. I smile whenever she's on screen. I liked her dynamic with Takumi in the romance route, and her dynamic with Kurara in every route. I think her gags are really good.
It's
I like
the same joke over and over again.
What is it? It's like she has a crush on Naruto, and Kurara convinces Nozomi convinces Kyoshka that Nozomi dated Naruto. I don't know what's going on there. It's pretty funny. I like the part where, despite it obviously being a joke, Takumi gets jealous because he's the worst. Shoma, another character we don't really talk about. Shoma's great, but it's all sort of just supporting evidence, and the video was already too long to.
Yeah, he's great. He has this one joke over and over again.
Also, Shoma does that thing whenever we need some more backing up for a point. But anytime he's doing something, it's probably great. I do like when Shoma gets to do things. I remember unlocking Shoma and going, this guy's fucking broken. This guy can taunt half the map, and he gets, like, retaliation damage. He's putting out absurd numbers. But you very quickly get to a point afterwards where you really want to be one-turning player phase moding.
Oh, yeah. Why are you saying Kurara is S rank then? Fucker? How is she S rank?
All the maps, so Shoma's too slow at...
How is Kurara the S rank then?
Maybe if I go back and end up playing the game on like the ultra hard difficulty where you get one shot if you don't have armor, then maybe Shoma will be a bit more useful there.
No.
Considering
no.
Supers are nerfed in that mode. It
makes no difference.
Item heavy as well.
It makes no difference
I was going to do a Gaku Mariko cosplay for PAX this year. Didn't get that organized in time. I was too busy with work and uni and various other proclivities. I was editing this video. That's something that kept me from getting a Gaku Mariko cosplay ready.
He's Halloween tonight. Still got nothing. Fucking Gaku.
I'm not going out anyway. Staying home and playing Skullgirls Bracket. I'm out tomorrow. Maybe I'll see if I can closet cosplay something. I'd love to revisit 100 Line. Maybe talk about certain endings or certain characters in depth that we missed here. But if I do that, I gotta go back to Kagurabachi first. Everyone been keeping up with the Karanaka Kagurabachi? We're almost to chapter 100. This shit's crazy. I'm in love. I do feel a little bad about talking about Zero Escape, Uchikoshi's little baby, and not talking about Danganronpa, Kodaka's baby. I mean, that feels a little unfair, but there just wasn't much to say. I could force myself to bring up V3 about, I don't know, the comedy route maybe casual route. Don't talk about casual route much. There's not much to say. It's just a fun little slice of life daydreaming.
There's not much to say. And there. Yeah, I can't talk about casual route. There's not much to say. Stop. That's it. That's all you have to say. Don't try to justify it. That's it. That's all it's there. You're just coping.
It's a fun route though. The first ending I got actually was the romance route ending. I got to the after the flowchart is unlocked, obviously. I mean, I got the normal ending. Everyone gets first as my first ending. But then I ended up on the path where you spare Ito, and there's a little bit of shenanigans. Hiroko's sort of...
Casual route is what happens if you refuse to press about the brainwashing thing. Tsire hits you with the funny taser, and then brainwashes you, and then you spend the entire route just not forgetting everything, and then just kind of like meandering. It's literally an entire route of Takumi just daydreaming everything is completely normal. In other words, it's a route where nothing fucking happens. only beat by serial battles, where it's a fight where nothing happens, but you have a fight every 5 minutes.
Jostling you around timelines, but of course, you know, that's my first time through. I'm like,
also, he made that comment, the first ending everyone gets. I guess I'm the weirdo. I'm the weirdo who did the procedural sweep through the entire game and did every single route before I did scenario 2. So my advantage was I ended on a high note. Because like scenario 2's ending is like the best ending in the game. Like I ended on a high note, but I also I took a long time to get there.
what the fuck is going on? If we just teleported, I mean, it's pretty obvious going other timelines. You get a flowchart and you're like, oh, okay, I see where this is going. I just didn't expect it to really just be a steady fundamental thing. But of course, steady fundamentals story locked. Didn't get to do that right off the bat. So instead, I had to kiss Hiroko and fall off the roof and end up on the romance route. At this point, I was streaming the game to my friends, and it was just sort of like head in my hands, like, how did we get here? Like,
yeah, that's what I felt every stream.
Jokester route, like,
how did we
pretty
get
early
here?
on. You know what else is a silly jokester route? The coming of age route. I did not care for the coming of age route. That's it doesn't insist upon itself. I'm not doing the Peter Griffin voice. Just wasn't really my cup of tea. The coming of age route. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. I just didn't really care for much violence.
This is what you do when you're like a limp dick. Man, I don't like this. It's okay. It's okay. I don't like it. It's okay. It's everyone else is fine. You can have an opinion. I can't say something mean because I might hurt someone's feelings. I didn't like it, but it's fine. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly simple. But I didn't like it though. Like just exert your fucking will. It's your fucking ramble. Come on.
Like when they go to the beach. Eito and Takumi, and they're hanging out at the beach with Shion, and Moko's there. The Nozomi Kurara thing is, like, important for Kurara's character, but it's such, like, a nothing burger conflict, to be entirely honest, otherwise.
Yeah, it's almost like a lot
really
of this
kind
shit.
Of boring how they solve the Kako-Ima conflict on that route, as opposed to the second scenario side, where it's a bit more of a prolonged thing.
I like how now he's being fucking honest. Now he's trying to actually, like, hey, maybe this is shit. You know what? No one would have been a good time to have brought that up in your fucking analysis, you fucking cunt.
You know, like, I mean, I think the crush is cute. I think when Takumi wakes up and Kako and Ima are like, yeah, we've solved our things, and also Kako has a crush on Takumi, that's cute. Let's talk about ships and shipping. That's on topic for the crush stuff.
Oh,
I don't care for that dynamic beyond that.
Oh, no.
But, I don't know, this is the first time where I've been like...
I still have 10 minutes left.
I'm like, I want to see
13 minutes.
Couples. I've been
endure.
Gaku
we will hold the line.
The Kurara Gaku and the Yugamu Gaku variety. I also like me some... Growing on me more and more every day is the Takumi Gaku dynamic, even if I think it's more of a friends thing. You know, like, let's indulge a little.
Gaku.
Let's indulge a little.
He's
Not
so
really big
obsessed.
on anything involving Nozomi.
So
I don't really care for any of the dynamics. Like, I think any of the ones you kind of see are more on the platonic side, except maybe Kurara and Nozomi. I can kind of get behind that. That's it though. Tsubasa is kind of chill with anyone. People seem to like Tsubasa Shion. I think that's a bit of a stretch, but it's fine. I think they got a cute look together.
That's a bit of a stretch. Cocksucker, that's a football field. You're not stretching a football field. They're not even close. They're not even close. Come on.
My crazy toxic crack one is this one's extra toxic. Ima Eito. That's like not healthy for either of them, but especially for Ima. Like Eito is doing bad things to that guy. But I don't know. I think it's like a ooh, give me some popcorn. I'm sitting down in the movie theater to watch something horrible. That's the kind of business there. 100 Lines probably my game of the year. What else came out this year? I didn't play Expedition 33. Maybe I'll get to that eventually. 2XKO came out. Haven't had all that much fun with that, unfortunately. I was hoping pretty hard that I'd enjoy it, but it's just not clicking still. Tag fighters are weird. They're hard to get right. Hades 2 is pretty awesome. Loving the soundtrack on that one. A lot of people seem to like that Blueprints game. I've watched a lot of Blueprints gameplay from my friends. That looks pretty fun. Don't know if it's quite this type of roguelike I want to be playing, but holy hell does that thing look interesting. 100 Line is kind of just like a perfect storm of things I like that definitely, at the very least, makes it my personal, subjective game of the year.
Game of the
It's got
year,
awesome
2025. Game of the year
it's got
until
a flowchart with multiple
until
routes.
3025.
Strategy gameplay isn't particularly difficult, but I'm always down for some SRPG fun. Maybe I'll play that Final Fantasy Tactics remake sometime soon. The soundtrack for 100 Line, actually, speaking of, that's a good soundtrack. There's some real banger tracks in there. I couldn't use quite too many of them, because by the time I was putting the music in, a lot of the tracks had been purged from YouTube.com, and I didn't have any other soundtrack upload sites I could find that had them available and ready for download. Beyond, what's his name? Masafumi Takada? Yes, beyond Masafumi Takada's original compositions for the work, a majority of the soundtrack consists of, you've got the credits theme, which is original, and then there, of course, they use Rumble by Pale Dusk as a boss fight theme. That was crazy. When that track played right at the end of the first round when you fight Ato, I was like, oh, I'm gonna be listening to this a little bit in the near future, and I was wrong. I've been listening to it a lot in the near future. Although we're past the near future now, I'm just listening to it occasionally now. The track At Midnight would have to be a standout for me. That's the one that gets used here. It's in the little conclusion section just before. I just put that one on loop. I also use the main menu theme very briefly. We just put it on and then pause it right before the summary section. That track's cool. I like the extra instruments it gets once you finish your first playthrough and the big 2 appears. Probably shouldn't have put the menu screen with a 2 there. I don't know. We're all talking spoilers, who cares? Like, it's slightly visually incorrect, but it looks fine to me. We sort of sidestepped talking around Moko as well, just thinking back to characters.
Yeah, it's almost like there's nothing to do with Moko.
Because we talk about the romance route, and she comes up when we talk about Takumi, which is nested in the section where we talk about the player, which is nested in the section where we talk about second scenario route. Moko doesn't get much screen time, but it's kind of because they write Moko as this character where if Moko's getting a lot of screen time, things are probably going really, really well, because she's very, very smart, very, very powerful, and incredibly emotionally intelligent, especially in terms of the smartness. Solves a lot of problems just by being an empathizer. And knowing how to
10 minutes!
Problems.
10 minutes!
Kazutaka Kodaka's, of course, been around on Weibo and other social media sites and doing interviews talking about DLC. Supposedly, Ima is up for contention as like the first sort of DLC root focus.
I'm God, no.
Really excited. It'd be nice to see
God, no.
Ima get to break away a bit from the Kaku stuff.
God,
Kaku
no.
kind of gets...
Do not tell me they're making DLC for 100
Line.
Line.
She also gets
I fucking beg of you, with every fiber of my being.
But she gets more screen time than Ima, and her stuff isn't necessarily just like talking about Ima.
Please.
It's about escaping him, which comes into sort of personal identity. She gets a whole detective thing too.
Are we getting a... Alright, we're doing 100 Line
like,
in Boomer TV. I'm gonna...
work as a child.
I'm gonna exert my will onto Miko.
Give him
He has to be the 100 Line anime.
I do love when he becomes Siri in the first round. They should have done that a second time. I want him to be back to being Siri. I loved what that did for his character. I'm kind of torn here between deciding which order to do DLC routes I want, and would I go back for another video if they did DLC? Let's start with the
yeah, I have to use my
meta
meta tool
go back
to
and do like an addendum if they added DLC. Even if it was relevant, like I trust everyone who's listening to figure that out themselves. I think
actually,
you can
let me
read these DLC routes and just imagine what I would say.
Tool.
I think, like, I've made it pretty clear, like the approach that 100 Line takes to these kinds of things. If they were bad, then I could be like, this doesn't apply to these routes. They kind of didn't write them. Why is the writing bad? DLC routes I want, though. Well, I mean, I gotta ask for more Gaku content, right? No.
Actually,
I think
I don't think you
I'd
can do
want
spaces.
The Ima
I don't think I
and
can be 2 words.
Ones. Those are two characters
can be 2 words, because Lewis is 2
Karara
words.
as well. Karara, Kyoshika, Moko, Ima. Those are the 4 that... Oh, well, I guess... Who am I kidding? It's gotta be Commander focused. You really only get Ava stuff, Veshness stuff, and you get some Adamak stuff. Oh, Dalshar, obviously, but that guy's kind of his own character. He feels less like a commander, more like a different character. Adamak you get, of course, on the Veshness route, so he's competing for screen time with Veshness. Turum Tami's got some stuff. She's got her own little bunker full of traps that shows up in the boxes of blessings. Right?
There we go.
That's
I'm
fine.
now
That's
the
fine. I
meta
think the
tool.
ones I want to see the most are probably New Gank, Nervrum. You know, that's Delshar's son. That's interesting to me. I like Commune a lot too. I do think that we get sort of every aspect of Commune across Killing Game, Rebellion, and her sporadic appearances across other routes. I think
Which is
I
not
think that
much.
covers everything I'd want to see from Commune's character. I definitely like her more in the Rebellion route as a more sort of serious leader for the civilian Futurans, but I do enjoy the sort of younger sister role she takes under Nozomi in Killing Game. It's cute, it's
almost
fun.
there.
There's just so many feel-good vibes in Killing Game route. It just isn't quite as awesome as like the Darami Tsubasa kiss. It's not as cool as like the fun little dysfunctional group that forms in the anti-sponsor alliance. I'm sorry, Nozomi and Commune. You've got it's like competing against Gaku and 100 Line, you know, that's what they're doing over there. There was a half joke about a BL route, a boys love route. I think if they announced that in like the first 3, I'd probably be cheering. I'd be hooting and hollering. But if this game was on like year 2 of DLC and they're like, we're doing the BL route, I'd probably be a bit less interested at that point. I think if we're doing funny gimmick ones, they gotta be early on, and then I want just like serious character focused stories. But to be honest, I think the title stands on its own. I'd be super happy with no DLC even, as much as some characters kind of deserve a bit more of a spotlight. I think the
I'm
absolute
happy with them
worst
never
thing they
touching
could
this
do
fucking
is
game
for the
again.
DLC to come out and then show the scientist who appears on the Steady Fundamental route, the older lady. Even if it turns out I'm correct and it is future Hiroko, I think that's much more interesting in terms of thematic interpretation than if this character literally shows up and spells it out for us. Like, I think sometimes you should have to work a little bit harder for your understanding.
I think you're getting a little full of yourself, you little piece of shit. I think like my interpretation is correct, and there shouldn't be an actual answer because I'm right, and you should have figured it out like me. But obviously it's Hiroko and not the woman they brought up in Box of Blessings. Because I'm just so smart. Like, come on. People should have to work for their answers. Like this game does not have monstrous plot holes that it constantly parades around. And they're supposed to give me a fucking break.
I'm thinking back to Tim Rogers' Action Button reviews and how those videos, which are very analytical, Mr. Rogers likes to present these reviews in seasons that sort of chart a course between the first episode and the last episode. And I was thinking sort of through what I've done so far from Kagurabachi to 100 Line, is there any way to really track that line?
No.
If you
There's
remove
always the
metaphor,
force
probably.
yourself.
I mean, metaphor kind of covers some of the same ideas, but Kagurabachi Bellachro 100 Line almost has a succinct line.
No.
I mean, the Kagurabachi Bellachro links are tenuous at best. I think I'd consider maybe if I had like a set of 5 or 6 things I wanted to talk about. It'd kind of be fun to chart out a course like that.
3 more
This
minutes.
is all coming to mind because
We have to
the
hold.
sort of question I'm thinking about now is there a correct way to go through 100 Line? Like, should you get the endings in a certain order?
Yes, there is a correct way to play through 100 Line. Let me break this down for you. Correct way. You start the game up, you play for the first 100 days. You do second scenario, you uninstall the game. That is the correct way to play 100 Line. Outside of not playing it at all. In the tier lists, there's like in the 100 how to play 100 Line tier list, there is not playing it at all. That's S rank. The rank below that is only playing the first rank and play the first route and then playing second scenario and nothing else. The third way is how I did it, which is pain and suffering. But you do the main scenario last, so you end on something good. And then the rank below that is literally everything else. That's it.
I don't think there necessarily is.
That's it.
I think that second scenario is your...
Second scenario is not locked. The only route in the entire game that has an actual real story lock is SF. Like, technically, Mystery has a lock as well to see the end of it, but it's basically SF. Like, you don't, like, any, like, you, like, that's one of the reasons why I say just do second scenario. Everything else in this game, besides first and second scenario, any information given to you in any of the other routes is completely meaningless. It is noise. It is brain poison. Any mysteries brought about by any of the other routes in this game have no satisfactory solution in any capacity whatsoever. That's why I say the best way, if you have to play 100 Line, your best way to play it is to not engage with any of the alternate routes in any capacity except Goodbye Ito. And that's it.
First ending is either the correct choice or the...
Because second scenario doesn't have anything to do with any of the plot beats from the other routes. That's what I mean. Like, anything that's introduced in the alternate routes is not applicable at all to the main story. That's why there's no story locks. Like, if they had a story like where you have to deal with the G-Parasite has nothing to do with the main scenario and has nothing to do with 100 Line at all.
Like, completely incorrect, because it's very sort of, it has a very sort of correct feel to it. Like, this is the endingest ending. It's the one where characters are too dead to really have doubts about their decisions, so there's no like, should I have done this differently? From Takumi, that is. I'll bring up Gaku one last time. I bought an Ita bag recently. Can't wait to get Gaku stuff to put in my Ita bag. It's gonna be a glorious... I loved talking.
Okay, I've lost my patience. We're done. Okay, we're done. My internet's also horribly crapping out. It's been crapping out for a bit for like the last like 30 minutes. I'm gonna make my final little point before I'm done with 100 Line, and I'm done with 100 Line forever. Hopefully, for love of God, do not make DLC. I am obligated to play it, and I don't want to. This is not an analysis of 100 Line. I'm gonna be like I said okay. This guy he's not a big YouTuber. This is not an insult. What I'm saying is there is a 0% chance, infinitesimally small, but not zero, that he will find this video of the one person who has made a active running commentary of his 5-hour video. It's not likely, but it could happen. And if in this theoretical concept that this has happened and he has made it to this point, I've already said it before, this fucker's smarter than me. I've said it several times because I wouldn't be able to write a video like this. I wouldn't be able to analyze the story. And like I said, some of his beats are good. And I think some of his beats are really thought out. And a lot of this stuff is stuff I didn't even consider when I was playing through it. So I want to be blunt. As much as I have bitched and moaned about this fucking video, this fucker's smarter than me. But, counterpoint, this is not an analysis of 100 Line. This is not an analysis of the game 100 Line. Like, when I saw this, I was expecting an analysis of the game. And that is not what this is. This is a literary analysis of an idealized concept of 100 Line. Because the issue, and one of the biggest problems with 100 Line, is how it tells its story. Not just that its story is bad, not just that like its stories like has like really obnoxious characters, and how the 100 Days causes monumental problems with pacing and repetitive dialogue, and a lot of the good beats of these characters are mired into side routes because most of the time they're just saying the same fucking shit over and over again. Like I said, most of the characters are just their bits by volume. As much as this fucker wants to suck Gaku like Veshna sucks Dal Shah in the back alley of the fucking Waffle House, as much as he wants that, 99% of Gaku's dialogue per volume is the same bit over and over again. And it's not funny. Like, the game is so monumentally padded. And like the dialogue, essentially like how much dialogue, it's just like day after day after day after day. That no matter how much you try to cut the riffraff and try to tie this all in together and like stitch it together like a fucking abomination, it doesn't work. This is not an accurate depiction of the video game 100 line. And that's not even getting into the fact that he takes basically no time or effort to analyze any aspect of its gameplay. Like I said, he has nothing to say about the social gameplay. He has nothing to say about the exploration, and he has nothing to say about the combat. You could say, there's nothing to say about those. That's the fucking point. Like, this is the game. You are analyzing a game. These are tumors. And if you're going to analyze a game, you have to acknowledge the game itself. You can't just ignore everything that doesn't fit in your narrative. You can't just ignore the lead weights on you can't ignore the giant fucking gashing hole in the hull of this fucking ship. You can't ignore it. It's there. This game is a fucking chore. It's a plague. Like, there's so many, like, massive plot holes that he just doesn't acknowledge. Like, again, he made, like, there's one beat, like, I remember, like, in the last stream, he talked about, like, in the Ito section, he talked about, like, Ito going to the mansion in both Killing Game and in Box of Blessings. And in his interpretation, because he takes all detail in this story as at face value, there's no thought process that information could be wrong, there could be inconsistencies because of multiple authors, or just incompetence or plot holes. He doesn't acknowledge that as a concept. So when he sees the mansion being used twice, he assumes that's literally the exact same location, and that mansion had that lore information that caused Ito to kill himself, and it had the Futurans in the basement, but the Futurans were in the basement only in Killing Game round. The problem is the game constantly gets information wrong on where shit's even fucking located. The most obvious example is the singer's house, which in I think in Box of Blessings, just on its own, in one route, it's in a fucking cave. And on the other route, it's in the fucking city. Like, her house is in two fucking different locations. Depending on causality. Like, you can't take this shit. The fact that he doesn't seem to even acknowledge how many fucking holes are in this story. Not just the scientist woman, which he's kind of like tried to come up with his own coping explanation for, but like the Trium rays, the variants, the time travel ship, the G parasites not having any kind of resolution at all. Like, all, like, the Box of Blessings not making any fucking sense. The fact that Futuran is such a, like, poorly defined region, despite occasionally trying to pretend like they're analyzing and looking at Futuran. Like, he just ignores all that. He acknowledges like, people have problems with these, but he doesn't convey his own opinion. He acts like this is separate from him. Like, this is just, oh, people are having a problem with that. Like, people just don't like that. And he acts like that's not the video game he's analyzing. It's so fucking frustrating. Like, when I went into this video, I expected it to be an analysis of the game. Like, Oversuper said, why were there blood-sucking bees? Blood-sucking bees are stupid. But he doesn't address it at all. He doesn't address anything besides an artificially constructed narrative. And like some of his plot beats are good, but like that's not the game. That's not the game. That's not how the story was conveyed. I've wasted 5 hours. Like Metroid, you're wrong. I've wasted 165 hours. I've wasted 165 hours. Get it fucking right, bitch. How long is this Balatro video? I'm curious. Okay, his Balatro video is 42 minutes. Okay. All right. With that, I am done. We are officially done with 100 line. Let me put my little question mark back up. We're back up. We're back. We're done with 100 line. If they make 100 line DLC, I have to do it. Sadly, the curse cycle will return. I pray with every fiber of my being that they do not make 100 line DLC. But if they do, I will be here. Okay, we're fucking done. Next stream will unironically probably be tomorrow. It'll be like some arbitrary time tomorrow, and I'll get back to whittling at Code Vein too. Go to fucking bed. No, okay, they didn't. I think this was like a bankruptcy or a good or bust game. Metroid. Basically, if the game sold well enough, the studio would have died because they broke free of they separated from Spike Chunsoft. It's no development. It's true. The whole scenario right for DLC. For love of God, do not. At least they haven't confirmed they're doing DLC. Yeah, they're not connected to Chunsoft anymore. Like, they broke off to do their own thing except from Chunsoft. I want 100 Line to be like Shonen Jump. Okay, I'm done. Go to bed.